Howdy, welcome to the pub. Hope you are well. Saturday night, we're live and worldwide, baby. Even though we don't really attract that many, we're still worldwide. And that's all that counts, right? I hope you all had a good week. Long weekend for me here. We have obviously President's Day Monday. And yeah, so psyched. Extra little day off. Hey, Anna, good to see you back. Welcome, welcome. Cool. It's been probably, 2-3 months? Easy since you've been around. Good to have you. Hopefully my sound is good. I think we got everything sorted out. Internet is actually still on Wi-Fi. Let's clear that up. You might get a click for a second as it switches over to the hard wire, but that will be better in the long run. Sound is good. Yeah, cool. Yeah, good day. That's cool. You gotta work. That right on. Make that money, woman. That's fine. Do what you have to do. Had a kind of a cool weather pattern going on up here. We've had what's called the Clipper system, or Yankee Clipper system, coming through, which is kind of cool. It drops an inch of dry, cold snow in about like a half an hour, and then it's gone. I dig it. Had a little one a couple days ago, a little bit today. So we're in that cold weather pattern, but it's sunny and windy, and we get these little clippers, or sometimes they're called a squall, snow squall, and it's nice. It's not a blizzard. You're in it, you're out of it. It's pretty. Walk around in it at night, and when the snow is falling at night, I don't know if does the snow seems to absorb sound. It just seems so quiet. It's a very peaceful type of weather pattern we're in here. So it's good. Sunset now, I believe, is somewhere around 5:15 for us over here. So we're after 5 o'clock. Another good thing. We're on the we're heading towards spring. I believe we're about 3 weeks from setting the clocks ahead. So then it'll be after 6:37, something like that. So we're there, baby. We're on the end of winter. I don't care. If we get storms now, fine. Fucking, who cares? Bring on the warm stuff, man. We got a few joiners here. Sammy Cat, how you doing? Sammy was here last night. We tied one on pretty good. Whooped it up a little bit. It was nice. It was good. She comes often on Fridays because on Saturdays I'm doing this. So, just Steve-O, good to see you, man. Aphidlip, what's up, brother? Good to see you, my friend. Got the gangs all here. Yeah, so last night was fun. The ladies went out, had a nice time out, and me and the kids stayed home and hung around, and it was cool. Then the girls came home and we had a little fun. There you go. It was fun to catch up. It was indeed. It was good to have you. Indeed, every week we come on here, it seems like there's a multitude, just an unbelievable amount of things that we could cover, we could talk about, which we're going to definitely be getting into tonight. Another judgment was handed over to Donald Trump, which is going to, if he has to pay it, it's a devastating amount of money, even for somebody who's got a lot of money. And I'd like to get into that a little bit tonight. Some interesting points I've heard from various sides on that one today. Michael Smirkanish had a really good point about that. It's weird. Some strange liquid on my guitar, probably from last night. think it was resin or wine, one or the other. But yeah, very interesting stuff regarding Trump. We filled out our primary ballots today and dropped them off down there at the town hall in the safe drop-off spot. And yeah, I requested a Republican primary ballot. That's what you can do here in this state. You don't have to be associated with either party. You can request whatever primary ballot you want. And let's face it, it's a primary only. It doesn't really mean that much. And when we get our ballots for the election, they'll have all the candidates on it, obviously, Democratic and Republican. So I think that's kind of how it should be anyways. Pigeonholing somebody into a party and then reducing the amount of names they have on a ballot, in my opinion, is kind of an archaic way of going about it. Just put all the candidates on there. Don't worry about a person's party affiliation and let them vote for whom they want to. Often I choose not because of party, because of the candidate that I'm voting for. Although people will argue nowadays that you have to vote on party lines if you want to be successful. Certainly, a lot of people feel that way. I don't. But good to get that done. I feel like it's a somewhat of a civic responsibility to vote. It was instilled in me at a young age that it's an important thing. Not everybody does it. I think everybody should. I think it's an important thing. And hey, that's just me. Do what you want. I know people are probably sick of the name Taylor Swift. Obviously, she was a big part of the news in the Super Bowl last week. So, wait, it was last week, right? Yeah. She is encouraging people to vote. She is a Democratic voter. So I think people might have a problem with her for that. I don't care. I really don't care about her. Not really a subject that I wish to cover, but if people want to go into that tonight, we certainly can. So yeah, that's where we stand, and I hope everyone else is doing well and had a productive, happy week. I think I'll play a little guitar and then we'll get this thing started. Yeah. Just moved the microphone and it totally clicked off. So I'm going to go electric this week. Thanks, buddy. Good call. Change mic settings. Just caught that at the last second before I get into guitar mode. Let's shut this. All right. We rolling. version of Wish You Were Here. Threw a little distortion in on that bad boy. All right, and we're back. All right, roll. Y'all ready? You're all ready for this? The rest was just jamming, making it up as I went along, but the Pink Floyd thing I just threw in there as whatever. How you doing, man?
Hey, they give me a little warning. Happy Saturday. Good
Same to
see
you. Same. Good to see you too, man. How's life?
Life's good. We got a little snow here too, a couple inches. Cold day today, but it'll be warmer tomorrow.
Cool. Yeah, what's warmer for you?
40s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're in like the low to mid 30s here, which is totally normal for this time of year. But
Yeah.
Hey, Biscuit's here. Good Blue Sapphire Gin. Right on.
Yeah.
Good shit. Let's get this bro in here too. How you doing, RW?
Hey,
I'm
RW.
stable.
Good.
Better
I
than
look
last
forward
week.
yeah, better than last week. Look forward to hearing what you guys have to say on what's been happening the last couple weeks. Because
Well, you want to start with the Super Bowl, Smokesteve?
Super Bowl, yeah. I mean, it was a great game.
It really was a great game.
it was fun hanging out with you guys on Discord for that.
Yeah, that was fun.
fresh,
That was
Definitely.
fun.
even though I was in the future.
Yeah, that was frustrating.
Normally, it wouldn't be even a thought, but yeah, when you're communicating somewhat fairly long distances over YouTube TV, Hulu TV, and what? Regular just
Just
Over the air.
television.
broadcast?
Yeah,
Yeah.
So you have like an old school antenna.
it's digital TV.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
I was surprised that was getting the fastest broadcast. I thought you guys would have a faster feed to it.
No, I would have expected over the air to be the fastest.
Less processing, right?
Yeah, much less.
I mean,
Did you make a sawbuck?
I didn't do anything. I should have, but I didn't want to open that vice, leave that one closed. I've heard some stories of people getting hooked on that shit, but I gotta fix the settings here so I can open this door.
I have 100% success fail rate for betting. I bet on the San Fran and I knew that they'd lose, but I had to pick a different team because you guys all picked Chiefs. But then when we were making fun of the game, you're all rooting for San Francisco. I was like, what the hell's going on here? I'm confused.
Yeah,
I mean, I picked who I Smokesteve said who did I think was going to win. I said I think the Chiefs were playing their best football and better than San Francisco, so I picked the Chiefs to win. But I wanted San Francisco to win.
same here. And also seeing what the Chiefs are capable of down the line, down to the wire. They've done it before, and he has that thing that Brady has of rolling down the field and just making completions, getting first downs, no matter how. The great ones can do it. Like Tiger Woods in his prime could do it if he was down a few strokes on Sunday and
Yeah,
be like, here, fucking Tiger's making a run. It's the same with Mahomes, man.
and it's the same with Brady, and you get the sense that they're at their deadliest when they're behind.
Mhm.
That's their strength. It seems like.
When Mahomes just walked the ball right up the field instead of throwing it, he just runs straight forward. I think it happened twice, maybe three times. It was surprising to me that it was so successful because it's a super big risk. The kid's like a 18-year-old boy compared to the guys that are hitting hit on field. So
He's not huge.
He's not that small though. He's
seems young.
He's smaller than the people that he's going up against, but he's pretty good. But he's gotten injured over the years. He's not as fast as he used to be, and but he still has that sense of when daylight's in front of him and he can take advantage of it, and he shoots out there.
I think the biggest takeaway from that game for me was when Taylor Swift's boyfriend was screaming at his coach and like grabbing him and moving him around a little bit. I'm like,
That was a bad look.
that's not, yeah.
That
For
was
me,
surprising.
It's like, I have some black eyes in the future, man.
Like he almost knocked over Andy Reid when he
Yeah.
kind of bashed into him with his body, and Kelsey has pads on, and Reid's old, kind of, and out of shape, and
Why was he so upset?
because he said he was better than the guy that was in, and he would have caught the ball. He was pissed that he wasn't there. There was a play that was missed by the guy that was playing tight end,
Yeah.
and he was bullshit. He was like, I would have fucking caught that. Get me in there. What are you doing? It was a bad look, and after the game, he got absolutely hammered. He was singing a Garth Brooks song on stage. Oh my God, he was.
Oh yeah.
Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
Jesus, dude, he was slammed. Not that I have a problem with that, but I think Taylor's gonna kick this guy to the curb. He's kind of a slob.
He just seems kind of like a big jock to me. Maybe Taylor I don't know. I have no. I don't have a whole lot of interest or respect for Hollywood, or in this case, whatever you would call Taylor Swift. Kind of their relationships, but yeah, I mean, you kind of want a player who's so intense like that he demands to be in on every play because he knows he's the best guy on the field. I mean, you want players like that. Now, do you want them to have enough control so that they don't strangle their coach?
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's the crutch of the matter here? I don't know. It's just I'm glad that they memed it. I'm glad they memed that image because I think it was
Yeah.
definitely out of hand and it needed to be smacked back by society a little bit.
I saw a bunch of memes centered around that, and they were all hilarious.
It's ma'am.
There's Ashley. Ashley, good to see you. Ashley saying you'd have to be hammered to sing Garth Brooks. Call me crazy. I like Garth Brooks. I think he's very talented. And his wife, I think her name's Trisha Yearwood, I believe. There was some floods that happened, I'm going to say, down in Georgia a few years ago. Does that sound right? They did a huge benefit concert for them, and Garth and her did a little duet and sang a few songs on stage with him playing and her and him singing together. Man, they were fucking good, dude. I mean, he can sing, she can sing, he can play guitar. I'm a musician. And the guy's, he's made it. He did it, like
He's still in the business?
I don't know if he is or not, but he's worth like $500 million or something from it, so he did okay.
So much for his achy breaky heart. He's all right.
That was wasn't that Billy Ray Cyrus?
No, Garth Brooks is achy breaky heart. That's like the only song I know from the man. Please tell me I'm not wrong.
I thought that was Billy Ray Cyrus.
Ashley's a fan of Garth Brooks, so she probably can give us the answer here.
How do you spell achy?
ACHY?
Is that right? Yeah, you were right. Wow, good. Very good.
Yeah.
It is Billy.
Breaky Heart was written by Don Van Tress
And
later
was
recorded by Billy Ray Cyrus.
Yeah. There you
I
go.
don't know that I see Garth Brooks there at all.
No, Garth, I think that was just, you misspoke. Garth, let's see, what's Garth Brooks' most famous song?
Wow, silly gay virus is achy breaky heart. All right, well, I'll try to remember that, everyone.
I don't even know any of his songs. Papa Loved Mama, The River, Unanswered Prayers.
Did you call him Billy Gay Virus?
It's possible.
Base is asking for a link pin so I can get in here.
Oh,
Pin it.
okay.
Look who it is.
You're so early in that aphid. It's fantastic.
Yeah, well, I don't get, I can't stay till the end. I got something I got to do, but so I thought I'd jump on early just so I could see you guys.
Awesome.
Well, it's good to see you, man.
Good
Yeah,
to see
buddy.
you too.
Great to see you. Kind of weird, dark alter ego, right? Yeah, he did, fucking Chris Gaines, I think, was Garth Brooks's alter ego.
Right?
That was totally weird. She's right about that.
Yes. Bizarre.
I did not understand what that was about, but let me throw.
Can you pin that link, Smokesteve?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I saw him at a company I worked for, hired him, I guess, for a real small thing in Nashville. There, there's only like 100 people there, and he's a different kind of dude.
Didn't you just go to a punk concert recently, aphid?
No, that's not for another month and a half or so. 2
Oh,
months.
damn.
Something like that. April, I think, maybe.
There it is.
Do you guys, can you explain to me what happened with the shooting for the Super Bowl parade? Because first of all, the Super Bowl parade would be days after the actual Super Bowl then, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. And then somehow at this event, people got shot.
Dude, and they just charged 2 kids. They're fucking juveniles with guns.
Saw that.
We're talking like gang bullshit, street thug.
Yeah, this happens everywhere. in big cities.
What city was this again?
This is Kansas City, Missouri.
Kansas City. Okay.
The football team was there. This was the football parade with the team celebrated. This is where Kelsey got hammered at this thing, and the shooting happened afterwards. He had a beer. He's taking selfies with the cops and the paramedics and the firemen and shit, drunk.
Other guys got hammered. There's a picture of Willie Gay with a bottle of Hennessy lying on the ground with a smile on his face.
I can't blame him. There was a famous picture of, I think it was Kevin Youkilis after they won the World Series, the Red Sox, walking around Boston with no shirt on, ripping a cigarette with a bottle or a beer in his hand. Someone was like, "That's Uke," and he was literally just walking around the city shirtless, hammered, with smoking a cigarette. That's what these, they were probably pretty high and tight for the whole season. They can't cut loose. Did you guys see Tom Brady when he threw the fucking Lombardi trophy from boat to boat when they won in Florida with Tampa Bay? He was smashed.
I vaguely remember it. And that thing doesn't float, does it?
No.
Not for long.
Biscuit, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, thank you very much.
Gin and tonic with lime?
Gin, lime, and lemonade.
Oh, nice. That's some clear lemonade, bro.
Yeah.
What was
That's
that
right.
you caught? What'd you catch today? A tench? Judy Tench?
A tench. It's Judy Dench, motherfucker.
All right. She's a national treasure for you guys, right?
I couldn't give a shit.
She's Dame Judi Dench, not just
That's
Judi.
correct.
And you guys, every fish has a weird name over there. They're all like, I watched this other guy I've mentioned before. They're all, yeah, I love Bombay Sapphire. That's good shit, man.
Straight from the freezer.
Ah, delicious.
Yeah, it looks cold.
It's the best.
Is that gin?
Mhm.
It is.
Yeah, because my buddy makes gin and tonics with that. I always see him get that.
I don't like tonic. So
I'm
I
going
have
to
sweet
step out
lemonade.
to make a gin and tonic.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
Welcome to the party, buddy.
All right, Welshie.
I know that
Good evening.
tonic
Good evening, Biscuit.
it glows under a black light. I thought that was cool. I'm not a big fan of the flavor though either. I get you there.
Gin
But
is,
gin.
it's full of botanicals.
Yuck. It's too bitter for me. I like sweet.
Like herbal
I-
essence.
I like gin. We make gin and tonics when my friend comes over, and we use often cocktail onions as our garnish, which makes it more sour and pickly. Very good.
Well, I like the lemon and the lime because it cuts through the bitterness of the gin and just brings out the flavors and makes it a nicer drink.
Yeah, that's traditional. Is he singing in the
I
background?
think he is.
What the
I think
fuck?
he is. I don't think he realized he didn't mute, and he didn't realize. I guess he doesn't have one of the ingredients for his gin and tonic because he said, "What the hell."
That's hilarious.
Yeah, he's scatting around that
All right.
kitchen. I think is what he's doing.
I'm gonna mute him because
Oh,
Yeah.
come on.
it's funny. He's louder when he's away from the mic than he is when he's in front of it.
I wonder if he's got his microphone turned the wrong way around permanently.
That's a good point. Man. I don't know. No idea. Yeah. What do you guys? I mentioned earlier about Trump with this thing coming down from New York State. What do you think about that?
What
I-
is his big bill that he's got come?
Yeah.
Or
Well, he's
how
gonna
did I-
appeal it, so it's gonna be a long time before he pays who
Well,
even gets the money.
The state.
Yes.
the longer he takes, though, the more interest it accrues. Am I right?
Yes.
If he loses in the end, right?
I think he's got an appeal process. But then, what I want to know is this the 350 odd, which is to do with our property value business?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, everyone knows the whole thing's a witch hunt anyway.
Well, my question
because
to you, based, My question
The
is, if
paper, the paperwork's there and it's been proven in court. So how's
No,
it?
yeah,
illegal?
so but
bank-
they've set the precedent, right? They're saying now it's not okay that you can do that. You can't lowball it and then do this thing
Well,
where
the
that
only-
means
I mean,
every landlord in the country, right? Because the banks wouldn't have greenlighted any of this shit unless they thought the properties were worth that money, right?
so
Well,
who else is going to get gone after with a new precedent then?
What's that?
Who now is going to get gone after if this is the precedent in court that you
Yeah,
fail in court?
everyone's
gonna
up on
get
it.
mad?
That's everyone.
Dom-
That's
the
everyone.
thing is, if
Think
Donald
about it,
Trump,
biscuit.
yeah, listen, you think about it. If Donald Trump hadn't been bragging about his wealth and his success, while like so
Can't you see it's a witch hunt?
brazenly, I don't see it as a witch hunt. I see you as a
okay.
as a,
So the
as
Democrat
a
Party got
Trumpite
fines for the Russian hoax. Yeah, they got fined. DOJ got fined for that. DOJ got fined for that. Yeah.
At the end of the listen.
Right.
The
No,
court
no.
no, you listen. The court in America is not a morality
You're
court.
so
It's
naive. You're
it's
so
the
naive,
law.
biscuit.
He broke the law.
So why is no one else
therefore
being
he's
done
got-
for it? Why is no
They
one else
have.
being done
Are
for
you
it?
so naive to think that Trump's the only person in the world that's been done for fraud?
Well,
Are you stupid?
when no one lost money, the banks agreed on the values of the properties. Everyone agreed. No one lost anything at all. You're telling me, right, that what happened to Trump
nobody's ever
is
heard
normal.
about fraud before. Fraud never even existed before Trump. I'm sorry.
Do you understand what? Do you understand what they valued? Can't say the word now. Is Florida thing that they valued it. They valued his property at like 5% of what it actually is worth, and they proved it by the properties next door, given the square footage, and they weren't even a business. They were half of these pieces were just private dwellings, right? And when you put it on the square footage, they were valuing his property at like 5% of the market value. This is like a total witch hunt. If you can't think
it's not a
that this
total
isn't a witch hunt, it's ridiculous.
Mar-a-Lago, for instance, he wanted it to be I can't remember which way it is, but he wanted it to be a dwelling for tax reasons, I think, and then he wanted it to be a business for the valuation, so he could get a mortgage on it. Therefore, he defrauded the system and making the financial institution of America less stable.
Biscuit, you know that many wealthy people do this process, right? That it's not unique.
Is it legal to do so? No, it's not.
It was until it was.
No, it was never legal to do
until
so.
Trump.
It was not illegal. It was a loophole situation.
No, it wasn't.
There
we go. Yes, it was.
It was legal till you got caught. That's what it was.
No, it's literally not. It was not gone after because it was a loophole situation.
You're believing the hype, like on face
I'm not
value.
believing the hype.
Where in reality, like this Mar-a-Lago place, it's just the valuations are so fucking berserk.
Who brought that law in then? Who brought that law in?
The law. So the situation is a loophole situation. There is a law on the books, but the loophole is what was being abused. Trump was gone after for this loophole. So my question now is, who else is also going to get in trouble? Because many wealthy people use
but there is no loophole. He's just been.
He's just explained. He just explained to you what the history of this is. People have been using this process as a loophole.
His exact words were, "There was a loophole." What fucking loophole? There is no loophole. He was just lying about it.
Is the president's case? He's the case now.
This was before he was the president,
which no one else would get done. No one else would get done for it. And then when no one else gets done
before he was even president.
Oh, you're so naive sometimes.
And by the way, I am going to get more argumentative by the end of this.
I think the argument is there's one argument here that says he didn't do anything wrong. I have no idea, but the argument that RW is making is that this is selective prosecution.
Yes.
And I don't know that that's true either, right? I don't know. I mean, how are we supposed to know who gets prosecuted?
That's the point I'm trying to make. Is that we don't know the laws in and out. So who are we to say all of what we're saying? We're just arguing. We're arguing
just on valuations of the properties they're talking about. just on the
do you-
valuations. Yeah, he might have hyped the valuations up, but the bank has to agree on that.
Have you seen all the documents in person of
No,
everything?
and
that
nor
he's-
have you.
exactly,
But I
and
certainly would.
neither
I
have
certainly
but
wouldn't believe
both.
MSNBC on the face value. You know what I mean?
I
I'm not
certainly
listening to an MSNBC. I actually listen to
MPC.
is it whatever it is. I listen to Midas Touch a lot, which
Either way, I wouldn't take an awful lot of what we hear as face value. We should question everything, and if for example, they're putting values on properties on
let's be
huge
real.
businesses as well
Every,
for like
every
5% of its market value,
every,
then we know
every
it stinks. Everyone knows it stinks.
Every
Let
single.
Let me throw a quick clip in here. Just this one man's opinion. He is a very good businessman.
To show your assets in the bright. Tell me it's worth $500 million too.
This
building is worth $500 million. I'd like to borrow a construction finance loan against this asset, and I want you to tell me it's worth $500 million too. And the bank negotiates with you and says, well, no, we think it's worth $400 million, and you fight it out. You're always trying to show your assets in the brightest light with the sunshine you could possibly determine for them. You want them to be worth the very most, because you're only going to get a 40 or 50% loan to value, as it's called. Then you borrow that money. In the case of a $500 million asset, maybe you get $250 million, and you build a new building with a construction finance loan. And so that's what this case is all about. And by the way, forget about Trump. Every single real estate developer everywhere on earth does this. They always talk about their asset being worth a lot, and the bank says no. And that's just the way it is. So in this case, when I'm trying to figure out, and I'm not pro or con, or I don't care about the politics, who lost money? Nobody. The bank got paid back the construction finance loan, and a new building was built. And if you're going to sue this case and win, you got to sue every real estate developer everywhere. This is all they do. This is what they do all day long, every day. So I don't think this thing will ever survive appeal, regardless of what the fine is. This doesn't even make sense. Now,
all right, that's Kevin O'Leary's opinion.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying
and
too.
it's quite sobering when you actually, it's quite. I mean, it's normal practice.
Well, see, that's what I don't understand, Biscuit. And I'm not pretending that I'm an expert here, but
I mean,
it's never the case when you get in here. When I get a mortgage here, and I don't have $100 million property, but when I get a mortgage here, the bank has their own. They come up with their own estimate of the value. They don't rely on my estimate. They're not really interested in my estimate, but they get an assessor that's independent from me, and they do their own evaluation. So I'm not sure what's different in the Trump case.
I mean,
that's what I don't understand.
That like Base said, that's rather sobering, and yes, that does give me pause for thought on part of it. But also, what about the fact that he made his apartment look bigger than it actually was?
Yeah, I mean, well, your real problem, Biscuit, and it's my real problem too, is that I still have some trust in institutions.
I do.
So when he gets a guilty verdict, I don't assume that the judge is corrupt and that the jury is corrupt.
The way I look at it is that he's blaming all these judges for all these multiple different cases. They can't all be corrupt, surely.
Yeah, but once again, this is very party political, right? That's why he's getting done in like Democrat states. This is not like this is all pretty much a wich hunt, and I understand. He's not a clean person. He's got dirt behind him and stuff. But this is why he's doing so well in the polls. It's because the normal people out there can see, right?
What
even against all this, he's leading by Biden in all the proper crash states.
What information are you basing that on?
Well, CNN,
because. Yeah,
MSNBC,
I see Trump
Fox,
saying
all of them are saying he's up. He's up like.
I see recently Trump saying we're up, whereas CNN and then MSN and MSNBC are saying actually no, Donald Trump and is actually falling 8% lower than Biden.
Well, what are you watching? You're not watching. Wherever you're getting your information from, can someone back me up here? Trump is up on all the major states that he needs to be up on by some
I don't
points.
trust polls at this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
these
but
days.
No,
a
obviously.
CNN, and all the majors
I watch
saying from the
CNN.
polls that he's up.
I watch CNN, MSNBC, Midas Touch.
He's up
Jake
on all the
Bro.
polls. That's not an argument,
Jake
mate.
Bro, but that's more for the Ukrainian war side. I watch Warographics, which is basically a podcast.
Biden is at the lowest. He's at the lowest confidence rating, right? I think in the Democrats in the last 20 odd years. So what are you on about? Trump's up on all these things. And he's got all this against him, and he's up. Think about it. The public ain't believing it. And even if it is true now, even if some of it is true, they're not believing it anymore.
February 17th, Biden's up 54%.
I got it right here.
Washington. Okay.
This website compiles all national polls.
Yeah.
And Trump is up 1.4% nationally.
Sure.
I mean,
so maybe I'm just mishearing when it's certain.
How many federal cases has Trump got against him? I think it's like 90 or 70. Just to put that into context, right? He's got all these cases. He's been impeached now on the third occasion, not convicted, of course, right? Twice. And he's still up. The people ain't fucking believing it anymore.
But doesn't it kind of blow your mind at all that it's only 1.4%? How can we be so equal? I know I say this a lot, but how can we be this divided equally?
I know.
It's terrible.
I mean, from my point of view, how can anyone support a rapist?
This is it. He hasn't been convicted in the court of law. It's a civil case.
Oh no, he hasn't been convicted because it's
a slanderous comment, and you know it's not true in the sense of
I
law.
believe it. No, hold on. No, I believe it to be true that he's a racist, and also
you didn't say that. You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
Did I not? What did I say?
You convicted racist, convicted rapist.
No, I didn't. I didn't say convicted rapist. I said he's a rapist, in my opinion. Is what I meant.
Rapist. Okay, I thought you said racist.
No, rapist.
Oh, okay.
Of E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah.
And also the fact that he's doing this with fucking 15-year-old girls dancing in front of him recently.
Okay, Biscuit, have you seen her give an interview?
Who?
That woman was supposed to be raped.
You mean E. Jean Carroll?
E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've seen an interview with her. She's fucking
of course
as loopy as she. When she got her 80-odd million, she's there with Rachel. She's there. Let me finish. She was there with Rachel Maddow. She was there with Rachel Maddow, and she insisted that she was going to buy Rachel Maddow shoes, and they were going to buy jackets, and they were going to with the money. And Rachel Maddow was so embarrassed.
Do you know why?
Do you know why? She had to turn away.
I know why. She just won $80 million. She wouldn't be getting.
Not only because of that, because her idea of spending that money was to spend it as best she could to piss Donald Trump off the best way she can because of how
she said it was for charity, but the first thing she wanted to do was to go on the piss and then buy red shoes and stuff.
Well,
I mean, that sounds like a sane person, doesn't it? For people
if you want lottery, you're telling me you won't go and buy some weed. Bullshit.
I wouldn't do it in an interview. I wouldn't do it on interview. No, I wouldn't do it on interview.
So you're not
I wouldn't
truthful.
go on interview. Representing I've just been raped and saying, well, I'll tell you what, Rachel, I'll buy you some red shoes and we'll go out and we'll have a couple of drinks and we'll have some meals. Rachel Maddow was cringing. She was cringing on interview. It was just so.
A dig at Trump, obviously.
It wasn't a dig at Trump.
It was.
She's cuckoo.
Hold on.
Cuckoo, mate.
If you're going to judge one against the other, you have to also judge Trump and the things he said in the past and his locker room talk and his appearances on Howard Stern's show and all the stuff that he said. And that's just as cringy, if not way more cringy than what
he didn't know he was being filmed. He didn't know he was being filmed. She was on fucking MSNBC. She was on MSNBC primetime with Rachel Maddow.
Film multiple.
It was a secret. He didn't realize the mics were on the audio. I mean,
well, wait a second.
This is a clear example of you just showing your bias and just trying to pull for one person. If you're not going to agree that both of them
wait there. What is a covert audio recording?
Wait a second. Wait. One clarification. When he said grab her by the pee, he was talking to Billy Bush. There was a cameraman there, and they were potentially, he didn't know whether the camera was on or off, but he didn't give two shits. He was just letting him fly. And let me remind you, Billy Bush got shit canned for that, and Trump became president. Billy Bush was kind of like just a helpless idiot. Like, yeah, Trumpy, woohoo! You know, like fucking right on, buddy. But he's gone. That boy is packing groceries
the one knew they were being recorded. The other ones believed they weren't being recorded. It's two totally different things. It's not a biased. One knew they were being recorded, and the other one.
I gave one example. There's billions of examples of him womanizing and disgracing women.
What about the example where he had pageants in his Trump Tower, and he admitted that he walked in on 15-year-old girls while they was completely naked and made them hug him.
He had a pageant with 15-year-old girls in Trump Tower?
Not just 15-year-old girls.
I would at least drop your source on that because it sounds a little extra.
It was on the
remember the prostitutes? Remember the prostitutes in Russia? Remember that one?
Remember
that one?
Oh wait, what are we talking about?
Do you remember the
showers?
The Steele dossier. The Steele dossier that the DOJ got fined on because they got found out that they made it.
That's been in the news this past week.
Russiagate.
Exactly.
How do you spell pageant?
Pageant.
I thought it was.
Matt Taibbi coming out with some dirt on the whole Russiagate scandal.
Did that come out already?
Didn't the guy with the guy that on the flip side?
It was on
the had all the Burisma and the Ukraine being involved and the Biden crime family. Didn't all that get disproved this week? And
I don't know if he got disproved, but he got I think he got indicted for lying to the FBI.
It was up. Donald Trump boasted about meeting semi-naked teenagers in beauty pageants on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005, and that he would get away with it, walking into a dressing room to inspect beautiful women.
Semi-naked what? Teenagers?
Semi-naked teenagers, yeah.
But
you said 15. There's a big difference between 15 and 18.
You said women at the end. The last word you said women.
No. He said
the last word was women.
Yeah, the last word I said was his words were to inspect beautiful women. That was his words. But the contestants at this pageant was between 15 and 19 years old.
That doesn't sound good.
It doesn't sound good. But
he came across as such a scumbag when he would be on Howard Stern. I listened to Howard all the time back then.
Well, he's a proper fucking flid, that guy, though. He's on about his 8th jab, and he's still fucking catching it.
Yeah, Stern is... I still love him, but he's changed, you know. He's now Howie... He used to bust chops, just tear celebrities apart. Now he's Howie Hamptons. He literally is.
Yeah, he is. Speaking of, though, I don't know if you guys listened to him, but if you had a chance to listen to the Billy Joel interview this past week, it was really good. I'm not the biggest Billy Joel fan, but I found the whole hour and a half or whatever highly entertaining.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't like him. That song, Uptown Girl, so bad. I mean, and then Christy Brinkley, married him or whatever. Shit.
Oh, she was stunning, wasn't she?
She was fine. Damn fine.
Yeah, but Howard Stern, he's turned into like a little baby. He doesn't leave his fucking his £1 million pad of all accounts. He's never really seen in public anymore. He's completely changed the character, and he's turned into some fucking woke, fucking fragile sort of antique china piece that he very much can be offended and He's still stuck up on the jabs and all that. He's still stressed out about Kung Flu. About 3 weeks ago, when the new shit was going around, he was making statements saying people aren't wearing masks. Why aren't they wearing masks? It's like, shut up, you twat.
Yeah. He's obsessed for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the masks, wasn't it? Was it a couple of weeks ago he was talking about the mask?
Well, he was giving Rob. He wasn't long ago. Yeah, I don't know if I heard him a month or two ago talking to Robin. She had gone out to dinner and she wasn't masking or anything. He was giving her shit for it. I thought it was a repeat, but it was like from that week or whatever. It was.
Masks haven't been a thing for what, 2 years now?
Yeah, so why is he stuck on masks now? Everyone should have learned a little bit by that stage that basically they didn't do fuck all.
See, now when I see someone with a mask, my only thought is they got something bad. They're the ones that are sick. They're trying to keep everyone else from getting what they have.
My only thought is that's a Democrat. That's my only thought.
Really?
I'm not.
Hey, I'd consider myself a Democrat. Jeez.
No, it's not that every Democrat wears a mask, but only Democrats wear a mask.
I don't want to stereotype.
Certainly no MAGA Republicans, eh?
Here in our area, there's a lot of African Americans that still wear the mask, and they always got those cheap cloth ones. Let's here with their nose
be serious. The black community are the most susceptible to COVID, or they used to be.
God. Yeah, racist.
No, that was a finding that black people were more susceptible to COVID. Yeah. It's not me saying that. That was what.
No, I know. And the vaccine affected more males than it affected females. You know, it's just
sounds like science.
I mean, it's not that Biscuit's racist. It's that the virus is racist.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
It's also sexist. The vaccine's sexist. It picks on men rather than women.
That vaccine.
No, that's equal opportunities. You've got to give one without.
I see. One-way traffic is different when they do it.
Hey, Base, did you watch that hour and 10-minute long video?
Do you know what? I haven't, mate. It's because I don't go on Twitter that often, and I will go on it.
No, it's a long video, but it's interesting.
No, I will, mate.
I tell you, that's not even called Twitter anymore.
Am I the only one who gets absolutely enraged by the news in America today?
But what Americans do too. But which particular news?
Yeah. Mostly about Trump.
No, I don't get enraged.
I don't really pay attention to mainstream much. Not enough to care.
Do you think you've got TDS, Biscuit?
Who? What?
Trump derangement syndrome.
What's
total dissolved solids?
Well, I would say that anyone who loves Trump is part of a cult.
Yeah, you have then. Well, you definitely have. Because I mean, just for example, I seen a nice clip the other day, and they said about.
I'm sorry, but everything
Joe Biden got. Yeah, but Joe Biden got the black vote. He got the black vote 2020, or 90% black vote.
Well, he's not getting it now, is he? No,
well, he's not getting it now. Like you see black people now, and they all go Trump. They all fucking go Trump. Love Trump, want Trump back.
Okay, I have a question. I have a question for definition. So let's go with the illegal documents, because I know Aphid wants to talk about them, the confidential documents. You have one individual that lost his immunity as president and will be charged in court for having classified documents in his home. And you have another.
Whoa. What did you just say? Huh? He lost his immunity?
Yes, the immunity
there was never any such thing. Even President Nixon knew that he had no presidential immunity.
Trump did.
My understanding is that immunity was not granted to him in this situation.
For the documents?
For the documents. He will be going to court for the documents. That's my understanding. It's happening.
Once you're no longer president, you no longer have the rights and privileges of the president. You no longer.
That's what the court
when he was.
That's what the court judge said. It wasn't Supreme Court. I think it was a circuit court or something just below the Supreme Court.
Was that federal court?
Yeah, where they basically said that immunity doesn't go on in perpetuity. It only extends through presidency, and then it ends when that ends. So regardless of whether you bring up a good point. So if he brought them there when he was president, and then they continued to stay there after he was president,
he could have pardoned himself, surely, while he was president.
There's many things that
could have done.
He could have said that they're no longer classified or whatever. But my point is more being that is how one gentleman is being treated on this situation, and another gentleman is being treated in the situation that you're guilty of the situation, but you're not going to go to court because you can't handle it mentally.
Because you're old and you forget things.
I'm just saying it. There seems to be a clear double standard, or not so much clear,
I agree.
But definitely a double standard.
I agree. And last week on Smart Cornish on CNN, mind you, he brought that up and said virtually no difference, and one's being charged, one isn't.
Who said this?
I would
Smart Cornish, Michael.
I would be a hypocrite if I didn't agree.
I would say that Trump's transgressions here are worse than Biden's. A better analogy.
Have I or have I not said that if one gets convicted and another one has the same crime and they're caught, they should also be convicted? I've always
he's old. Don't forget he's old.
A better analogy is that I've seen someone bring up is that of David Petraeus, who did something very similar. He gave classified information to a ghostwriter writing a biography.
I also agree with Smokesteve's wife that the cases are different.
Well, so Petraeus did what, Last Dance?
He gave classified information to his ghostwriter, also his mistress, same person, and he was convicted. He was indicted, and I think he pled guilty, actually.
But by you're saying Biden did the same thing to his ghostwriter?
Biden gave classified information to his ghostwriter,
and he's told conflicting stories in front of Senate to what he's told the ghostwriter.
He did lie. Biden lied, but not to the investigators. But Trump lied to the court, basically.
Well, it seems to me that Trump, every word that comes out of Trump's mouth seems to be a fucking great lie in it.
We just made an example where Biden likes to lie a lot, and he also likes to lie and say.
Let's be honest. Politicians are liars anyway.
Well, there we go then. So don't make an example.
Why do you get? Why do you get?
Because Trump's so fucking in your face with it. You can't tell a lie.
Well, I'll give you another example.
So unobvious.
I'll give you. I was going to bring this example, but anyway, Joe Biden leaving confidential documents in his garage, right? And when asked the question, he said, "Well, yeah." He said it was. He said, "Was it securely?" He said, "My garage was locked." Remember, Hunter at the time was smoking crack, big style, all around that period, and he was involved, as we found out, with the Chinese, the Russians, the Ukrainians. We know he's got dealings in these countries, and there's money. Whether it's legal or not, well, we can put that to one side. And then you've got all these confidential documents in the garage. And then Joe Biden says, well, the garage gets locked, as if that's an answer to the question posed.
It doesn't matter if the garage wasn't locked. It's not a.
I know.
It's not an acceptable storage facility for classified information.
Was it even proven that there were classified documents, or was there just
absolutely?
He admitted. I basically quoted.
Were they the same level of top secret as the ones that Trump had?
Yes,
I don't know. They were documents. They were pretty high level, but I don't know if they were
lesser than the ones that Trump had, though. Sure.
Yes, but the main difference. He didn't have. He was vice president at the time. He was vice president. He didn't even have the right to take that.
Cooperative of handing the documents over, like Biden was. That if you.
Trump. Biden did have them for longer, but they didn't ask for them back. But when they did, he gave them back.
He shouldn't have had them anyway. He was vice president. He's
actually the one that said that they were there.
All right, he found them and right. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Fine. Fuck all.
There he is.
Oh, wait, who's that? I recognize that guy. I think
Lars Mapstead.
No, I'm thinking of someone else. Who am I thinking of? With the ponytail at back. Penn and Teller.
Yeah, you're thinking of Teller.
That's the Libertarian Party candidate?
He's not the. He hasn't. He's one of the primary challengers, but he's one I could handle. I don't know if he's going to win.
I like the ponytail.
I mean, whatever you think of Trump, and obviously I quite like Trump. I think that, it'd be good to get that back and hopefully not be involved in wars and be energy sufficient again, like they were when he was in office, with a low inflation, hopefully low prices, and hopefully get back where they were in 2018, 2019 before Kung Flu happened. And
we were never energy independent, but we were certainly damn closer.
You were. I'm pretty positive about that. You were energy. You were actually selling either oil or gas abroad.
Gas we were. Gas we had more of. It's the oil that I don't think we had to subsidize with foreign.
Right, and now we've got Biden comes in. The first thing he does is stop the pipeline from up north, doesn't he? And that costs countless jobs. Obviously, the prices are.
I mean, I've had this argument with people. What do you guys think about if that cuts through native people's lands? But yet, if it's for the greater good, so you have these native peoples that might be, I don't know, less than 1,000. But this amount of whatever energy, liquid gold we're going to be bringing through this thing is going to benefit the whole country, 350 million. Do you just say they're fucked and lay the pipe right through their native lands that we gave to them?
Well,
we've been shitting on those
I believe a lot of it's being buried anyway. I believe a lot of it's being buried. But at the same stage, the one I see on the Alaska snow rose is just above ground all the way through. One is fucking totally visible. Animals can get through it, no problem, right? So it's not like it's not the windmills where they fly into the pellets or anything like that. It's pretty fucking, and you can see any problems. And if there is any problems, you can deal with it. It's pretty much modular. And if there was any other major issues dealt with, I'm sure it'd be the same. Especially if it was above ground.
That chart needs another bar, by the way.
For what?
For what?
That chart you just showed needs another bar.
For what?
So to the right of that, it also needs yearly usage.
Oh yeah, like you consume. How much do you export? Is what you're saying?
Correct. Yeah.
What's it saying? The chart? I can't see the chart.
Oh, it was the list of.
No. It was a list of production, yearly production.
I didn't see Saudi Arabia in there.
Put that graphic.
They were number 3.
Okay.
I can't see the graph.
Can you show it again, Steve?
Yeah, please.
Okay. I didn't do it. It was Last Dance.
Oh. I think that if a pipe was going to cut through native land, and they paid them accordingly, if they
that was September only.
They'd probably not care.
There you go. That's pretty good.
Is UAE? Is that Saudi?
No, Saudi is number 3 on that list.
Look at Brazil.
Oh yeah, so it is. Yeah.
Who knew they were that far up the list? Wow.
Who?
Look at Venezuela.
Number 7.
Look at Venezuela.
Where the fuck's UK?
Oh, they're way down there.
Oh yeah, we don't make out.
Look at Venezuela.
You make fish oil.
They're not in the top 10.
We don't even make that. That's France.
A country swimming in oil.
In 1 minute.
Where are we on this list?
Try to wait and see if that's Riddle Last Dance before we click on it.
Okay.
There we go. 21. We're 21st.
21st? Venezuela's just below you.
Mm-hmm. How poor's Venezuela?
But it's swimming in oil, so it shouldn't be poor. Swimming.
The problem with Venezuela is that they don't
communism.
Exactly.
What does
the oil is there, but they can't get it out.
What's OPEC?
Oh, there's a bunch of countries in OPEC, and Venezuela's in OPEC.
Yeah, but what is it?
Well, you got to add them all up, and I haven't done that.
It's the
Venezuela, Libya,
the controlling
Angola,
body of oil production and the price of.
If you add up all the OPEC countries, it probably is number 1 as OPEC.
Is that like what's it called? A collaboration.
Cartel.
Yeah, like a collaboration.
It's a collaboration. It's a cartel.
So they all pool their resources together.
Right.
Yeah, and I think they control the price of it as well and production.
Got you.
Well, not so much since Russia and the United States have, over the last 20 years have increased.
With a bit of luck, Russia's production will be a lot lower after Ukraine fuck up their oil production sites.
Well,
right.
I think what we need
lately, Biscuit.
Okay,
you know what would be good luck, Biscuit? It would be good luck if we got peace broke out and and all the sanctions ended and we had free markets.
Well, that'd be lovely. That'd be lovely, but Putin will never stop. It's just going to keep fucking going until
Biscuit, you're in a mind virus. You're drinking too much of that Kool-Aid. How do you think Ukraine's getting on in the war at the moment?
Currently, they're not doing great because they're running out of ammunition thanks to the Republican cunts.
Okay. It's our fault.
Have you heard of a
place?
Sorry,
I'm on my second gin line.
Wait a minute.
I'm really drunk.
Do Brits think that it's America's job to arm the Ukrainians?
No. But they are.
I think so.
I do believe that.
And the UK and Europe.
I do believe that the US has the largest production of ammunition.
Do you know how much they've given them? Do you know how much they've given them in money and aid? Do you know how much they've given them? 80 billion. 80 billion.
I'm too drunk for this. I was going to say absolute shitloads.
That's a correct volume.
We've given more than the Russian national defense budget.
Okay, Biscuit. How many times has Putin had a heart attack in the last 2 years?
That I do not know.
It's been reported. So I know of at least 2 times. How many times have they said he had a stroke, diabetes, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's?
I haven't heard all that.
How many times have you heard that their economy's on the arse? They can't buy anything in the shops. How many times have you heard that they've got no ammo, they've got no tank, they've got no nothing, no artillery? How many times have you heard that? Because I hear it all the fucking time. And guess what? They keep on bringing men. They keep on bringing more artillery forward. And it ain't stopping, mate, and that's the fucking problem.
Russia. Here's the thing: Russia will not fucking stop.
Yep.
They said that,
and they're prepared. And the thing is, the Western media will say he's had a heart attack. He's got a clone. He's dead. They've reported him dead a couple of times in the last 2 years. Reported him as dead.
The way I look at it is that
he's going to die eventually. They're going to be right once.
If the West stops supporting Ukraine, then it's going to cost us 10,000 times more when he starts invading Europe and NATO.
Oh, don't be
there you go, Dan.
But see,
you believe in the hype again.
There is an.
I'm believing the hype, am I? What about
you are believing the hype.
Trump said when he gets the presidency,
okay,
say, roll the fuck over him.
Okay, if I gotta get a NATO map up from 1991 and then go to 2021, have I gotta get a map up and show you how close NATO got? Have I got to show you that? So Ukraine was the last country that was in the Minsk agreement to say that the NATO wouldn't go into, right? That was in the agreement. So when all the way through the last 30 years, they've been ignored, and they keep on going east and keep on going east and east. They can't go any more east after they got to Ukraine. There's nowhere east to go. They forced Putin's hand. They forced his hand. He had to react.
See, I disagree with you based in one sense. I don't think that this is a legitimate reaction from Putin. I do think he's being an aggressor, and I think it's an unjust act of war, but that's not the reason I don't want to fund them. I don't want to fund the Ukraine because I think we're pissing money away on this, that Putin is never going to stop. They would be smarter to bring this to an end as quickly as possible and to give him some regions that he wants and maintain a high percentage of the country as Ukraine. And you know, they're still going to want to join NATO after that, but they've got to do something here because it's not going to fucking end, dude. It's never going to end. He's going to just kill them all and raise the whole country eventually.
What about the point? The fact that the money doesn't go directly to Ukraine, it goes into U.S. jobs, it goes into U.S. production.
I don't want those jobs if it means that we have to kill 100,000 Ukrainians and 100,000.
Okay, let me just get you some numbers on this.
Regardless,
Biscuit, there could be up to 400,000 European men on each side that are dead, up to 400,000, right?
Oh yeah,
right? So even if that's exaggerated, there's 100,000 on each side dead. That's like 200,000 European men dead in fucking trenches in the meat grinder for what? For what? For Crimea. That when they actually gave a referendum vote, they voted heavily. This is back in like 2014 to be parts of Russia. These are contested parts of Ukraine that actually do want to be Russian. So I know it's like, if you actually look into the history, they actually speak Russian. The majority of them actually speak Russian in these areas. This is not like being used to people like yourself, Biscuit, but this is the reality.
Let's suppose, Biscuit, I become president, okay? I'm president of the United States. Thank you guys for voting for me.
No problem.
Here's my negotiating position with Putin. I say, here's the deal. You get to keep Crimea, you get to keep Donbass and Luhansk. And that's it. That's it for you. And I will fund Ukraine to defend the rest forever. If you don't stop the war, I think he would take it.
Yep.
Oh really?
I'm not so sure Ukraine would go for it, but I would.
You know why? 2014. This is America's stance on Crimea. What does he do? He goes in, rolls over, tries taking the rest of Ukraine.
They destabilized the country. The Americans destabilized the country in 2014. It was an US-backed coup. Destabilized the country. But
he's talking about after 2014.
That's exactly what you're talking about.
No, he's already that's already factored in.
Crimea, and America said, "Fuck it, yeah, you can have Crimea." And now they're trying to take in was it 2022 they went in?
Yeah, February 26th.
Yeah.
And they tried taking the entire of Ukraine. They tried going straight to Kiev and to take the whole fucking lot. They failed at that, and now they want to try and take Donbass. And do you think they're going to stop there? Are they fucked? They want fucking Poland. They want fucking...
Well, how are they going to get Poland?
It's a NATO country.
NATO is in the way.
Of course it is, but
so exactly. If they touch Poland, Poland, it'd be World War III. So
Poland.
Not if Poland didn't pay their dues.
I'll take Russia.
Exactly, but what I'm saying is that's what Putin wants, not what's going to happen.
He is surrounded by NATO countries. The only country that basically wasn't part of NATO was Ukraine, and they agreed that it wouldn't be, and now it is. Like I said, you've gone so close east, right, that in the end you forced the guy's hand. If he didn't call your bluff, you'd have been seen as weak. In the end, he was forced.
Ukraine would never have been NATO.
What's up, guys?
Ukraine wasn't a fucking country before 1991.
Hold on. How you doing, Riddle? Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Miss you guys.
I'm fucking 20 years older than the country.
I got no ill will, by the way, with you, so no worries.
Cool.
That's good to see
you. Who you got an ill will with?
I missed you guys. Oh yeah, me and RW, we had disagreements on some stuff, but I hold no ill will. Honestly,
how could anybody have an argument with RW? He's like the most easy-going guy I think I've ever met in my life.
Oh, I've had many arguments with RW.
It depends on the topic, I suppose, right?
I disagree with RW all the time, and I absolutely love the guy. So I don't know how you could have an argument.
Is it just me, or am I the most leftist person here?
Oh, you always are.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But it's a great perspective. It's a great perspective, man. And I like your spirit. Your spirit to argue is awesome. Just keep it up.
You got wackos like Based that are so far on the right.
I don't think you're wackos. I just think that your political ideologies aren't cohesive with mine.
Yeah, but there's been a couple of points made where you've agreed that you said I can't disagree with that, saying it's a bit of a witch hunt on that one.
No, I never said
examples.
I don't think anything's a witch hunt with.
Well, no, okay, I described it as a witch hunt, but you said I can't argue what you just said when they were leaking it out.
When it came to the fact that if Biden did the same thing, then yes, he should be.
Well, yeah. So it does stink a little bit, and when you can times that up to multiple examples.
From where I come from is the fact that if you've broken the law and you've been found out, then surely you should be tried.
You're naive. This is the problem with you. You're acting naive when you say stuff like that.
No, that's your opinion.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I think it just proves that you're harder to crack, and that he's more, he's
more of a
to
face
logic
value
and reason than you. You're
right.
more, blinded by your blind faith to a certain party.
So, Aphid, on the prime example of the real estate thing,
as an independent.
Why isn't every real estate being arrested and getting fined £350 million?
I'm just telling you, you're using one example. He's being reasonable. Where you're presented with facts of the other side, you're just blinded by it, and you always try to come up with an excuse to make your point valid, and you're not, but you think to yourself you are. So I'm just saying he's more reasonable than you are. It's not that he's weaker or he's more naive. It's just that
I'm the
you're
only one that's
stronger in your
reasonable.
beliefs.
I mean, I'm here, and I am willing to listen to your arguments and make my own assumptions from those.
I also gave way when I found out about this pageant business. So I said that doesn't sound good at all. So I can give way on it. So I don't understand what you're saying, Aphid, really.
But if
he says it's against the law, but if he's saying it's against the law, the real estate thing, but no one else has been done for it, and it's basically, you're getting done for a bit of fibbing on numbers or fudging on numbers, which you and the bank have a little bit of a fucking pow with anyway to agree to a number. No one loses anything, nothing. But you think that that's £350 million fine and banned from operating business in the state is fair? That's naive. That's just fucking naive.
Of course I do, because he got caught. 2, he got tried.
Everyone else gets caught.
Found guilty. Well, if
everyone else gets caught.
If everyone else got caught, everyone else.
They all know what's going on. It's not hidden. Steve brought the article up. Steve brought the article up, and it showed. Everyone's at it. Everyone does it.
Well, if everyone's at it, and everyone gets caught, then it's fucking well done to the courts that they all get fucking done for it. Because
we'll see what happens. We'll see if anyone else gets tagged.
That's right.
Hey, can I ask a question about what you guys were talking about just a moment ago when it comes to Russia invading? Because you guys think, or some of you at least, right, think that Russia might invade further past Ukraine?
Yeah, I'm of that assumption.
I do not. I think that this is it.
Because I don't personally think that they can even afford to invade further than what they've already, are going for with Ukraine, I suppose. But for anybody that does think that, I'm just curious, like, where do you think they would go next? Just out of curiosity.
Personally, I think Estonia is next.
Estonia? Really?
Yeah.
What's the reasoning for that?
The fact that there's a warrant out for the Prime Minister of Estonia by Russia.
Really? For what? Because I didn't know about this. I'm just curious.
I can't. I'm a bit drunk, so excuse me for remembering exact details. But
it's all good.
I think it was on CNN or MSNBC
that there is a warrant for the arrest of Putin, an international one, but there's not one for Blair. There's not one for Bush, Blair, or Clinton or Obama.
I said the Prime Minister of Estonia is a wanted woman.
Yeah,
from Vladimir Putin in Russia.
Yeah, it says it's because of her efforts to remove Soviet-era World War II monuments in the Baltic nation. That's apparently the reason for it.
Russia's a shithole too.
So that's interesting. I didn't know that.
20% of Russians do not have indoor plumbing. So I don't know. Is that a shithole or not?
I think that could constitute
half of their heating system, which is communal heating, is blown up, isn't it? With just from pressure.
That's communism for you. That's communism for you.
Yep. Yeah,
Do you think they would? So you think they would go through like Estonia and then Latvia and then Lithuania, all those guys?
I don't know. All I know is that I believe that Estonia is next on their shit list.
No, see, that's not his point. I think he's trying to create Russia as it was and reunite the Soviet Union, from days of old. I don't think he's hell-bent on conquering Europe and all of these other countries. And frankly, Riddle's onto something. Like,
Yeah,
he will get decimated by the world if he does something like that. I think he's literally doing this, frankly, with countries that predominantly, not countries, but regions of these countries that speak Russian or predominantly speak Russian that were part of Russia,
The thing is,
there was a referendum in 2017. I think it was Crimea, but it was one of the 3 contested states in Ukraine that they contested. It was like 83% voted to be part of Russia. That's fucking huge numbers when you think about the referendum in the UK was 52-48. I mean, it's
at face value, that's true. But I think the arguments that I get from like the people on the left, anyways, is that how can you trust that to be accurate, right? How do you know it's not rigged? I guess.
Well, because they speak Russian anyway. They were
true.
part of Russia before 1981.
Yeah.
So it's not really contested. No, if they done that referendum in 2022 when all the Ukrainians left, that one's not fair because all the Ukrainians actually left. But the one in 2017 when they were still there and everything was going on, then it's like, well, what's going on here?
But you know what would be interesting if somebody could get anonymous Ukrainian citizens to voice their opinions. We never hear it.
Oh, really? Have you not heard of the YouTuber Operator Starsky?
I honestly haven't.
That's a propaganda channel. That's a pure propaganda channel.
Is it though?
Yeah, 100%.
I know he
hasn't mentioned. Okay, he goes missing, right? And he hasn't mentioned anything about advocate. I can't pronounce this time in the morning. Advokitka, right? Which is basically being in circles and being conquered in the last 24 hours. He doesn't talk about any of that shit.
Well, that's very big turning point. That's very
Zelensky was pictured in a landmark there, and they just put a flag up in the same landmark. 1 month later.
Last dance, we good? I think we're good, right?
Yep.
There she is. Anna.
Good to see you, Anna.
I'm going to take this break in the action to say goodbye to you guys, and it might
Cheers.
be a couple weeks before I see you again. So.
Do you hear me?
All right.
Good to see you.
Yeah, we hear you, Anna.
I'll see
Thanks.
you.
Thanks for
All
showing
right,
up.
David. Look, see you, buddy.
Take
care.
Take care, buddy.
Cheers.
Can you hear me? Because my
Yeah,
my microphone
we can
is
hear you,
shit.
Anna.
We can hear you.
We hear you.
Okay, great.
Nice and clear. Sounds good.
Nice to see you. It's a long time
Good to see you.
again.
Yes, welcome back.
Did you put on is it black and white or sepia? There's like a lack of color contrast.
No, it's my shitty light.
That's funny. It's like grayscale or something.
Yeah,
right?
we went back.
Exactly.
She's coming from the 50s.
Yeah, I don't know. I come from a place.
Radio boys.
No, the price for electric energy is so high that I changed these light bulbs to weaker ones. It's really, as I said, this Ukraine shit has fucked us, not the Russians.
Yeah, the Nord Stream pipeline, that was taken out by
terrorism.
Ukraine and America. The West. Do you believe that the Russians blew up their own pipeline, Biscuit? Do you believe in that narrative?
It was Norway, UK, and USA.
I don't know about that particular situation.
I know,
it's
because
a big story. What the West
I've heard about it, but what I'm saying is I don't have an opinion on it because I don't know the facts.
Do you think it was a good thing that it happened, though?
Yeah, do you think logically, the Russians would blow up their own pipeline? I'll give you an analogy. You run the bath using the
I think
tap,
it was a bad thing.
and then when you switch the bath off, you smash the pipe.
If you say it like that, that's not logical. But
so that's okay. So
I can see why they would politically do it, but
They'd switch it off. They'd turn it off, mate. It costs them huge amounts of money.
Yeah, but I can also see it that they know they're going to get switched off by Europe anyway, so they blow it up.
Okay.
This is just this is not an opinion. This is just a what's it called? A
yes, but why do other countries
a wide arching theory that maybe they wanted to blame America and UK and Ukraine.
Okay. Ask yourself now who supplies that gas to Germany? Okay, Biscuit, who's supplying that gas to Germany now? Ask yourself the question.
America.
Got it.
Of course, 4 times more
at
expensive.
An accelerated price. So basically, what they did, America, Ukraine, and maybe even Britain, it was an act of war in Germany's waters where they blew up a pipeline, sent off the biggest climate, sent off the biggest climate pollution ever of carbon.
It was in Norway.
Hear me out. Let me finish it off.
You hear me out.
Then,
it was in Norway.
And then charged Germany an accelerated price for the gas. So you end up bankrupting Germany, supposed to be your ally, and also committed an act of war against them.
Germany.
There we go.
It was in Norway. So in Norway's waters, actually.
Do you think it's better
that
it
wasn't
Germany's
waters?
Do you think it's better that Germany is more energy independent on the U.S. as opposed to Russia?
Say what?
Who are talking to me?
Do you think anybody? Do you think that it's better
not at
overall?
the cost of 4 times?
I didn't hear the question.
So it's better that Germany is energy independent on Russia, even it's 4 times cheaper. That's better.
I think that we.
How energy independent are they if we could supply the I'm sorry, how energy dependent are they if we could supply everything that Russia used to supply on?
You're right, but it's way more expensive, and Russia is closer.
It's more expensive, but it's still not. You're not absolutely dependent. In an emergency, you could get gas from us.
That's true. Of course, I don't use gas.
If you're dependent on Russia, then Russia can set terms and tell and dictate what they want.
Okay, can we get the Trump clip up, Steve? Can we get the Trump clip up? Can we get the Trump clip up? Because Biscuit will love the Trump clip. You know the one we're talking about.
I fucking hate Trump. He fucking
riles me. He's gonna love it. He's gonna love it.
All the more reason to put him on. I want to see. I want to see Biscuit turn bright red.
Yeah. Last dance. Can you get the clip for me, mate? Because otherwise I'll lose connection.
I don't know where is it.
Everything Trump says just
don't Twitter NATO fuel maybe
okay, but which one of those 3 million that I find?
I'll find it then. I'll find it, and he said exactly what you said there, Biscuit, and they all laughed at him. You know, they all laughed at him in 2016.
Oh, that one.
They all giggled.
India.
I am slightly drunk. I forgot what I just said.
You don't have to apologize.
India is making a lot of money right now because they're backdooring fuel to Germany. I'm pretty sure they're getting it from Russia because they have economic ties, and then Germany is buying it from India
and China.
Mm-hmm. What? So
it's like the sanctions are kind of funny.
So Russia's selling fuel to India, and then India's selling the fuel back to Germany.
Selling cruise.
Yes.
And then selling it back as refined.
They're backdooring it. They can't do it directly because of the sanctions and all the crap. Yeah. So they're just buying it secondhand for more money.
Yeah.
From the same people.
Well, we're buying.
But India is definitely making bank in this situation.
Saudi, actually, I don't know. Is Saudi Arabia still dealing with Russia?
Yes,
probably. I don't see why. They're part of BRICS.
Yes.
And we're still buying from Saudi, aren't we?
Wait, is Saudi Arabia officially in BRICS now, or are they still following on it?
I think so.
My understanding.
No, I didn't know that.
I think they were still on it.
I do believe that they are opposed to the war. I think I'm not 100% certain. So
what do you mean?
I'm going to be quiet. The Russia war with Ukraine. I think.
Why should they care? They're at war all the time. That's my problem with it. You know, the problem is that.
I'm slightly confused.
No,
there are wars all the time. Why is this war so special? Do we have to destroy our economy, our welfare, everything for Ukraine? Ukraine does nothing for me.
Whoa. Let me give my opinion. Because if Ukraine fail and Russia go further, then it will cost.
It won't.
Oh,
it won't.
Okay, we'll see you in 10 years when shit hits the fan.
Let me ask you this, Biscuit.
I just don't think they can do it.
How could Russia invade a NATO country without going to war with NATO itself?
They can, because NATO already fighting Russia and Ukraine, and NATO loses. Today they lost a big town that 10 years they fortified. NATO cannot defeat Russia. Maybe with nukes, but not otherwise, no. And Russia does not want war. Russia just wants to stop this every year color revolution. Every year some shit, Syria, Georgia, and so on. Yeah, and they want to stop this and then
You think NATO can defeat Russia?
NATO can defeat Russia even without America. It'll be hard, but yes, we could.
Not with Germany. Germany's army is fucked. My half brother is in the army. He says
Germany is not the only NATO.
Who else? Poland, Estonia, Bulgaria. Who?
Well, there's UK. There's France. France has got.
Can you defeat Yemen? Can you defeat Afghanistan? Did you defeat Afghanistan? No.
What happened to Welshman?
So okay,
MS.
Is that a war or not? So
cancel me. I'll have to come back. Cancel
war,
me.
or they can maintain an occupation. There's a difference there.
Yeah, cancel me, mate.
Whatever they touch is a mess. Nothing. Everything is just civil war.
In military combat, okay, military combat's one thing, right? But when you have an occupation for what? Political destabilization? It's a difference there. You want a hot war, or do you want some kind of objective that you can't really fill? So
I don't know. I'm a teacher. I don't know that. I know that we need to stop this shit with messing everywhere, and our people are homeless. We have no billions for Ukraine, yeah? Here in Germany, you know how many people cannot afford heating? 1 million.
I sympathize a little bit that you've got homeless and whatnot, but Ukrainians are losing children, they're losing wives, they're losing husbands, they're losing millions of people.
So.
They're losing millions of people.
They decided to do that.
Oh, really? They decided to let Russia in and destroy them.
They had 10 years to make the Minsk agreements, to follow them. They had 10 years.
They gave up their nuclear arms. They gave up their nuclear arms and made an agreement to stop them coming in. But Russia decided, no, we want our land back.
It was not theirs. It was Soviet nuclear weapons. They were Soviet, controlled by Moscow. It was always Soviet, and because Russia is successor of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, last time. Can you line that up for me, mate?
It was like that.
What's that?
In the back chat. Hopefully, it's just line it up like.
Just give me 1 minute. I'm gonna go toilet. I'll be back in a sec.
I'm sorry, I don't want to argue with you, but I tell you, these nuclear weapons never belong to Ukraine.
That's what we're here for. We're here for a constructive argument, and that's fine. I am willing to hear a constructive argument. That's fine.
I'm a teacher, so I learned about these things. I was in Russia, I was in Ukraine. I know Russian language because I'm half Bulgarian, half German. My parents
whenever you're ready, we can play that.
I know it a bit.
Yeah.
Right, I'll be back in 1 sec.
It'll be for biscuits. So
okay.
When he comes back, like.
I'm sorry for that.
How do you guys think that we should handle this Ukraine situation?
You want to play it now or no?
No. Wait
for biscuit. I will be quiet.
Okay.
Yeah, wait for biscuit. Yeah. Well, how would we want to play Ukraine? Peace. Right.
Yeah. Okay. I agree. So I agree because I'm not all for funding and keeping this going, right?
No.
But how do you guys think that we'd like the best way to what do you think what would be brought to the negotiation table? I suppose.
But basically, what we brought forward will be the original peace deal that's what's going to settle with. Basically, the original footprint that they set for in April 22 when Boris Johnson came over and scuppered the peace deal. And it'll be the basic.
But Welshie, did you watch the Carlson interview? Because based on that interview, Putin is basically going after Nazis and stuff like that. It's not as simple as a land grab.
I don't believe him, RW.
But he's gonna play. He's got to play. But that's what I believe is going to happen. It's going to end up being the land they agreed on in 2022. And in that time, obviously, there's been hundreds of thousands of men sadly dead, and it'll be just basically the staying ground. It'd be like when it was in World War II when they'd done the lines at the end of all the thing. It was like hundreds of thousands of men dead, but it basically there'd be the same line, the peace deal line that they originally set up in 2022. That's right.
I mean, that'd be great if they can decide on some land, but it's strange that Dance. I don't understand why you're saying you don't believe him. You think he's just saying words. And
yeah, I do. I don't think any notion that somehow Putin thinks of himself as the global Nazi avenger who's going to seek out Nazis all over the world and kill them. That's absurd.
It's nonsense talk.
That's his position. He could say that shit, but that's not really the way he's.
Well, he might not see himself as a Nazi, but he does show.
That part's ridiculous, I think. But what didn't you? Didn't you mention something? I apologize, Biscuit. I think RW mentioned something.
I was just going to say that he does depict quite a lot of Naziist imagery.
Okay. Yeah, but you know the guy that has just been murdered in Russia. They're saying the opposition politician. Yeah, so that guy is basically a Nazi. But we've got Biden.
Navalny.
Yeah, he was.
Are you for real? He's a democratic fucking lover.
Democratic. Let me just get a video up. See, this is the problem. You load it up like fuck.
How many videos do you want? Smokesteve, do you want me to put that the other video?
Yeah, please.
Please, you can run it.
Smokesteve.
Germany will become totally dependent on Russian energy if it does not immediately change course.
Look at their faces.
Here in the Western Hemisphere, we are committed to maintaining our independence from the encroachment of expansionist foreign powers.
Laughing, mate.
Of course.
It has
I also laugh.
The policy of our country since President Monroe.
It's funny because he was right.
Yeah.
Should I explain to you? Can I?
Biscuit was right earlier on when he repeated that.
I can explain to you why they're laughing, because I try to keep it very short. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The problem is that since 1950. Russia or Soviet Union, doesn't matter, was selling energy to Germany, and it was always reliable and cheap. This is why our industry could develop. And we cannot develop with. You know how many enterprises already? Can I talk, please? Because otherwise I forget. 1 second, yeah. Okay. So we have enterprises that now closing. Yeah, the biggest steel plant closes. Yeah,
steel.
The steel plant.
Steel.
And then it's closed. Then another one in Schwedt is East Germany. This is a hydrocarbons something, whatever, plant. It also closes. We cannot live only on, Slavo-Ukrainian such shit. Yeah, we need to live, and we need cheap energy. And this is Russia. And this is why the US wants to keep us down, Russia out, and US inside. This is why NATO is in Germany. So I don't give a fuck about anything else.
Before I let you blame it all on the U.S., Germany chose on its own to remove its nuclear power that would not have been dependent on the U.S. And instead of expanding green nuclear power, they've turned it all off.
Yeah, they got scared from Japan.
No one else.
That was some tomfoolery, as we would say over
Anna, can I ask a question? I'm under the belief, I heard, now it sounds extraordinary, the money, you're paying 5 times as much for your price on your gas from America that you were paying from Russia. Is that correct?
I don't see it in my bills because I don't have gas. I have central heating and electricity. But the people who have gas, they pay like €1,000 for 2 months. That's crazy. We don't have €1,000 for 2 months. Yeah, we pay in 2 months sequences. Yeah. Also, the groceries very expensive.
So basically, what you were saying earlier on is that your politicians couldn't resist the cheap energy you were getting from Russia. It improved your economy to such a degree it was advantageous, and the US played a lot of 4D chess, destabilized the flow, and then obviously charged a nice rate back to even Yeah, good work if you can get it, innit? Good work if you can get it.
I'm sorry, but in my opinion,
we can't find that 5 times.
No matter what the cost, we shouldn't be funding Russia for its fucking stupid war.
Well, tell that to Germany. They've been, like I said,
there's war all the time, everywhere.
Welshman, we are in the same shit also. Yeah. Our prices have gone up exactly the same just because of the Russian war. Well,
because of our stupid politicians who meddle in something.
Well, yeah,
but
I'll admit, Anna, that if it's 5 times more, it's a lot worse than it is here. It's about 1.5 times more. Here.
I can't find this 5 times figure anywhere. So
yeah, it's about 1.5 times. It's about 1.5 times more here.
I will Google and send you.
The only thing that I could see right here is that it says from Reuters, anyways, is that German industry is to pay 40% more for energy than pre-crisis. At least this is what this says.
That's about the same as what it is here.
No, that's not.
Now I feel like this is
500%.
Yeah, it's not 5 times the amount, right?
50%.
Tell it to people who pay now 1,000 euros instead of 200. Okay.
Okay. While we fact check that, I wasn't too sure on it. As I expressed it, but while we fact check that, but where you got to understand, just quickly, is that the US are committed an act of war to an ally that's basically crippled their economy by doing so, right? And obviously cause a huge climate catastrophe of carbon into the atmosphere. Right, and on top of that,
let me just say that I reject the claim that the U.S. blew up the Nord Stream pipeline.
Yeah, it was never. There's no evidence that US did it. There's no evidence.
There's
no evidence that Russia did it. There's no evidence that anyone did it.
Well, there's the most logical person
Biscuit. Yeah, I can't debate you when he's talking shit like that. There's so
I'm saying there's no evidence. I'm not saying
so much.
Well, let me tell you this: when they asked Putin, he insinuated that the U.S. did it, not that.
Of course he
did he provide any kind of evidence?
Well, they had a few laughs about it, and they went out for some vodka and caviar afterwards. So I don't know.
Okay, that's true.
I've certainly not seen any evidence for it.
Okay, right. This is ridiculous, right? But what more on top of that, right? Can we just say we follow the money? Let's follow the money. Who gains from Nord Stream pipeline being taken down? Don't forget, Biden said it twice.
It depends on how you see the money, because
twice he said it twice before it happened. Listen to me. Biden said it on tape twice that it ain't gonna happen. There's gonna be no Nord Stream pipeline if he invades Ukraine. And guess what happens? There was no Nord Stream pipeline because the week they switched it on, or the day they switched it on, it was blown up. Now I'm just trying to think about it a little bit. Oh yeah, the Russians blew up their own pipeline. Fucking.
Well, that is not the only other option, though. No, there's a country they're at war with that would have wanted to blow it up, right?
It could have been Ukraine.
So we should give Ukraine not one single cent,
without the help and the green light from the Americans. It's not the Ukrainians.
Okay,
without
but that's
the help and the green light from
they're doing pretty well at sinking.
Listen, from the Americans,
they're doing pretty well at sinking. They're doing
the green light and the backing of the Americans to get involved in any of that. And
Ukraine are doing pretty well at sinking Russian ships. So
with all Western technology, it's not Ukrainian technology. Anyone can play a fucking sim racing thing.
They are
to a high standard because that's what they're doing.
They are Ukrainian.
I don't hear anything. Can one person talk, please?
Sea drones.
They're using
Ukrainian sea drones.
Yes, because they've been given to Ukraine. Oh,
no,
God.
They haven't. They made them themselves.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they've got a development team out there, but it's all the backing.
They literally made little tiny boats that go with a warhead on the end and blew the ships up.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly simple.
It is. It's literally just a fucking RC boat with a fucking bomb on it. Whoop-de-doo.
God. Yeah, okay.
Well, it's a long way to go to target a ship. You need good guidance and.
Yeah,
it's 50 countries, 30 countries against Russia. It's all the NATO against Russia. Ukraine's a proxy, yeah? No one gives a fuck about Ukrainians who die. Entire generation has died.
I was going to say Biscuit
last Ukrainian. Until the last Ukrainian
cares about Ukraine.
I do. I hope that
first date from 30 years ago.
I hope that as many Ukrainians survive as possible. I don't want
because you haven't mentioned peace once.
Me too.
I want peace, but I don't want peace at the cost of Ukrainian country.
What?
I don't want peace at the cost of Ukrainian land.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
don't want
earlier
that
on
to
you
be
were
either.
explained that
It's clear.
the majority of those lands are Russian speaking, and when they had referendums, what were
Oh yeah, them referendums were perfectly fucking valid, weren't they?
before the troubles,
Like in
before the
Kosovo.
troubles.
They weren't coerced at all. Just like the fucking Russian elections.
You're too drunk to debate, mate. You're just
I've
not.
had
You just honestly, I can't debate.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah,
I'm
too drunk.
I told you before the troubles. Before
Yummy.
the troubles, there
Can one person talk, please? It's
Hey, look, it's Ren. Hey, Ren.
Ren's here?
yes.
Ren's in the chat.
She is.
Oh yeah, we've been talking to her for like 10 minutes there, buddy.
Oh, I'm very slow.
Oh, I just can't hear shit when
Sorry,
people
Ren.
talk at the same time, you know?
It's very difficult. It's very difficult.
Well, we have two situations. I dropped links from in the back chat. There is the retreat of Ukraine from a besieged city. That's a strategic point in Ukraine. That's apparently big news. I mean, it shows that they're getting their asses handed to them. I know that Biscuit made a comment that they're backing out because they don't have munitions, and I guess that's our fault. And then on the other side,
not 100% your fault, but
even 1% is a little bit too much.
Never start something you cannot finish. No?
If Republicans had allowed Biden to do what he wanted, then they'd have a little bit more ammunition to protect themselves. That's all I want.
Okay. But Biscuit, this vote went on last week. This vote went on 2 weeks ago, yeah? Last week. You're telling me that ammo and stuff is only 2 weeks away from destination? Are you fucking naive? Are you that naive? Well, then wind your neck in.
They've been struggling.
This is the timeline. This is the timeline we're talking about.
They've been struggling for 2 or 3 months. They needed
it takes like 6 months to get anything from A to B when you fucking break it down.
Of course it does. I know. I'm not.
Right then. So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the longer it takes for the Republicans to allow it, then the longer it.
This deal was proposed a couple of weeks ago, mate.
You understand what is attached to...
I know, Riddle. It is main based.
No, but it hasn't been on the cards for 6 months. This has been on the cards for like a month tops.
I'll be right back.
Well, it's not as simple as voting on.
No. And it's not just America's fault. We all need to chip in more. We all need to suffer that a little bit. Otherwise, we're all
planet are you on?
If you want to back the war.
I mean, I'm hunky dory. I'm disabled. I've got asthma. I will never get fucking conscripted. But I feel sorry for my countrymen.
You want to fight for Ukraine and die for Ukraine? What the fuck?
What are you on about? What are you on about?
When Ukraine inevitably get fucking rolled over and they move on to the NATO country and NATO gets dragged in.
Honest to God, he's living in a dream world.
I'm saying that it's a possibility, and when
it's
that
like CNN on steroids.
I'm sorry, but that's how I feel.
I know.
He's tired of that.
I'm not saying it's not possible that would happen. Anything is possible. I don't foresee that as being the most likely scenario.
I'm not saying that is the most likely scenario. But
what is the most likely scenario?
You are. You've given that scenario a couple of times now.
Yeah. Do you know why?
You've repeated
because
it.
Do you know why? Because I'm fucking scared that my friends and family could get conscripted.
Yeah, so there was
a war that's
why do you want to support the war then? If you're afraid they're going to get conscripted, why would you want to support the war?
I'm supporting the war because I want Ukraine.
I support peace. You support war.
Peace
Me too.
Impossible when you're fighting against someone like Russia. I'm afraid.
That's like European men. What are you
on about?
Russians also European.
Like Christians and stuff.
Oh yeah,
Christian European men.
I'm afraid.
Well, like in Ukraine, they're Christians. A lot of them, aren't they? And Catholics.
I don't know.
So
Catholics are the
worst. And they're European. So what's the difference between Russian? What's the difference between Russian? What's the difference between Russian men and European? Because they're brothers, they're sisters. They're entwined. They're very much ethnically the same. I don't quite see your point. What's so different about the Russians to the Ukrainians?
The fact that Ukrainians are striving to be democratic, whereas Russians are just...
You are so naive, democratic.
Maybe I am. Maybe I am. But at the end of the day, I have an opinion.
They've
and my
banned
opinion
political parties in Ukraine. They've banned opposition parties. They've imprisoned priests there. I mean,
true.
I mean, there was an American journalist, Gonzo Lira. He died in a Ukrainian gulag. So when you talk about this other guy that was
when was this
Russian
before?
guy,
I'm guessing this was
turns out he's a bit of a
Zelensky,
fucking nationalist.
because obviously Ukraine was a sack of shit before Zelensky anyway.
What do you mean? What?
What?
What did you just say?
I said Ukraine was a sack of shit before Zelensky anyway.
Fucking
No, it was not.
Okay.
Okay.
So when Zelensky, the third-rate actor, playing a fucking piano with his penis, right?
Yeah.
So he's someone to look up to, is he?
Where's that video? I'd like to see that.
But if you put in Zelensky playing piano with penis, it'll come up.
A lot of minor chords. I mean, let's not forget there has been a fair amount of corruption. Up until fairly recently, there was, another thing. And then he's going to fire the head of the military. Then the guy's still working for him. Then he's going to fire him again. And I was like, well, what the fuck's going on here?
He's more popular, Steve. He's more popular than Zelensky is. Zelensky's not as popular as people think. Biscuit will actually think that he's super popular, but in reality, in Ukraine, he's not popular. Not now.
I think Zelensky's like, what's happening? You're losing. And this guy's like, well, we're going up against a superior army with much more force than we have. So what the fuck do you think's going to happen? We're not sending shiploads of weapons to them. But on their own, they would obviously have no chance here.
That's why I say it's Russia versus NATO via Ukraine. This is Russia against the entire NATO. And this is shit, We don't need this shit. They should just stick to the Minsk agreements, and then it will not be a war, and that's it.
Correct.
But they decided to go to war anyways. Now they fuck around, find out, this curve, yeah?
Someone give me a history lesson. What is the Minsk agreement?
I will give. Can I?
It was a pretend agreement that never actually happened.
No, there was a plan to. I think it was about autonomies and certain rights for these Russian-speaking areas. Yeah.
Okay.
And what did Ukraine do? They continued to shell Donetsk, the city Donetsk. And you heard about it, yeah? They shelled it all the time.
Can you repeat that? Ukraine was shelling Ukraine. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, she was shelling the Russian-speaking areas. Donetsk, for example, the city, yeah? Again, recently, also. They shelled them for 10 years. No one gave a fuck. And now suddenly, Ukraine flag in your profile and shit like that. Fuck them. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Putin was
they were shelling their own country.
Right. And
yeah,
Putin was wanting to get back.
Inferior.
Did you know that, Biscuit? Did you actually know that Ukraine?
It was technically called the Donbass War.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Fought between Russian separatists and the forces of the Ukraine, and it took place. It took place in Ukraine. Yeah, so there was a fairly large group in Donbass that wanted to be Russian, and they fought Ukraine. Yeah, and I remember this. Yeah,
they killed a shitload of civilians. 10,000 civilians died.
Now, as you might be able to perceive from my face, I did not know about this. So
I don't hear you. You talk so.
That is something for me to mull over if I remember it in the morning.
Yeah, it went on for 10 years, mate. There was like 15,000 deaths in total. Basically, and it was like a civil war going on in that area. But there was a lot of artillery coming over from the Ukrainian army into Donetsk, and that they were shelling indiscriminately. You know, like the Russians are always shelling indiscriminately. They're saying that's what the Ukrainians did in Donetsk for fucking 10 years.
I mean, if I remember rightly,
they cut their water off.
Wasn't this the lie? I heard something about this being the lie that Putin used to invade Ukraine.
Well,
that is not a lie.
Instead of using Google, you use Firefox.
I'm not using Google. I'm
something like that. Well, if you actually did that, it's not a lie.
I mean, if I was using Google, so fucking what? It is quite a fucking.
It controls Google. You can't use Google for shit like that.
No, you can, but you just have to cherry pick and look through the valid sources.
Like that,
what can you use? Fucking what's it called? The fucking DuckDuckGo.
Duck it, bro. It'll still give you roughly the same articles.
Roughly the same articles, but the problem you've got that
Google is a search
on
engine.
narrative.
It's not a fucking.
It's on narrative. Oh man, don't say that now. Don't say that now.
Google is a search engine. Yes, sure. If you go by the top results, which I never do, I always look through 3 or 4 pages before I come to a conclusion.
Wait, look. You just have to really Google it, and it will come out. I don't say that the Russians did not kill also civilians, yeah. But if you look at Gaza, you know what it means to target civilians, yeah. 25,000 people dead in 4 months. The Russians don't target civilians. If they did that, they could kill 1 million already. Because they have these 20-story buildings.
I'm sorry. What was that about, Gaza? Anna, I want to hear that.
Because it's picked that the Russian target civilians, yeah? If you target civilians, in Kiev you have many 20-story buildings, very big buildings, yeah? If Russians want to target this, it's easy, yeah? This is like such a big building and hit it very easily, yeah?
They do target civilians, but from what I've seen...
They didn't. No, they didn't. Because it's only 10,000
Hold on, I was going to clarify my comment. I was going to say Russia targeted civilian infrastructure like power generation and heating generation, whatnot.
Yeah, but the Ukrainians also target Russian oil refineries. You can argue that this is also civilian. The bridge.
From what I gather, Ukraine target oil production so that their tanks can't get fuel, so that they don't attack.
And the people also not, yeah. Because oil is used for many things. So chemical industry, oil is also civilian.
But it's also a valid target because it provides fuel for the tanks and shit.
You're right, but electricity also is double use. So you can argue that if you destroy electricity, the Ukrainian trolls won't be able to flood the internet with bullshit, yeah? So...
Could you repeat that? I am really struggling.
Excuse me?
Could you repeat what you just said?
If you target the electricity, I'm sorry because my microphone sucks dick. Yeah.
No. It's just your accent that I'm struggling.
Yeah, my German accent, Austrian German accent. I'm not drunk yet.
No. So he is.
I'm very drunk. I'm on my third drink.
And also, I think the other people are bored, so let's keep it short. Yeah.
You're good. Yeah. You're good.
I am basically. You see, I am against this war. I don't think that Russia was right, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, that's a fair opinion.
But since it already happened. The Ukrainians also had the chance to maybe avoid it. That's what I think. Yeah. So you say the target heating. I don't know about the heating. I know about the electricity and trains and so on. Yeah. But in the end, you can argue that electricity also used by Ukrainian army for certain purposes. So you can say it's not only civilian. Okay.
So
this is a problem.
For instance, like the Starlink satellites.
Mm-hmm.
That are used I don't know about very much for a military purpose.
Also military, yeah?
Yeah.
Not supposed to be used for military purposes.
They are being used. Yeah, they're not supposed to.
I know that, but
I believe Russia are also using the same satellites.
They bought some,
When you're fighting in the same location, the Russians are going to pick it up.
Yeah,
they're fighting close quarters.
Well,
they're going to pick it
up. They bought them from proxy countries. The Starlink terminals.
A bit like they're all doing that
in Ukraine.
But can we change topic though? Because I don't know. I think you see the Last Dance and RW, they just listen to us and we talk all the time, and the host also don't talk. It's not very polite, right?
I don't always have something to say. If people are in an active conversation, I don't feel like I need to change.
Yeah, but it's strange because the host, he doesn't say anything and we occupy this thing here, and I don't know, I feel a bit strange, yeah?
I don't know.
I'm not sure what to shift towards. I am curious if people have information on the gentleman that died in prison. That was the only opposition to Putin in the upcoming election. Yeah, I'd like to hear a little bit on him. To me, it sounds like there's a little bit of radioactive juice in his water or something. Definitely wasn't a.
Well, I'm sure he was killed, but I'm not absolutely sure.
I don't think they need to use radiation poisoning to kill him in prison. It could have been a simple.
More of an on the nose
here,
humor.
here, prisoner. Here's a shank. Stab him as many.
Yeah,
times.
right. He could have just been suffocated or shot.
Oh, that yeah.
But what does Putin? What does Putin gain from killing Navalny? I don't know, because
as you see in some movies, they could have
lost Riddle. Let me just say, Riddle, if you're still listening, it was great to have you, and hope you come back. It's a pleasure.
You see, I think that they should not have killed Navalny. Whoever did it, it was not okay because he was in prison and he's anyway out of the game, right? I mean, it was not okay to kill him. I'm not sure who killed him.
I'm sure.
Do you know why he was in prison?
He was in prison because he was in the opposition.
He was the CIA agent.
Yeah. No, the Russians say that, but I think he was actually opposition person who was against Putin.
But that's the only reason to be in prison?
He got caught with an MI6 agent. He got caught with an MI6 agent on a mic talking about...
Could you please send me this link? Because I didn't know that.
Are you saying that someone who's running for president in Russia can't talk with foreign nationals? Is that...
At least not the
MI6 agents. MI6 agents.
Okay,
are you suggesting... that Navalny wasn't killed by Putin? Are you suggesting he died of natural causes?
I haven't said that at all. I just said that they said, what is he? And I said, a CIA agent.
But imagine that, is it not good for the West to have him killed right now?
If you were the West. For the West, it's bad for it's a
but is it not
crime,
good for the West?
It's bad for humanity, and you don't just fucking kill people that disagree with you.
Yeah, but it makes Russia look
disagree.
bad, right? And who needs to make Russia?
Push the button to kill
Russia ever been any different? If you oppose Putin, you die. Simple as.
That's right.
I can't hear shit.
I mean, now that you said that, Biscuit, you're the closest. Well, actually,
come on, Putin! I'm waiting for you.
I don't hear shit.
In the back chat, Biscuit, there's a video of your hero there, Alexandre, who seems to be a bit of a
Did I say he was my hero? Did I
Biden's bigging him up. He made a statement about him. It turns out he's a bit of a Nazi.
My hero? Did I ever
well,
say
I'm just saying the Western world, including yourself. When I mentioned,
if I ever said anything that I'd prefer Biden to Trump,
when I mentioned
he was
a bit of a nationalist, you scoffed at me. Well, there's the video in the back chat. You can have a look at it yourself.
Back door.
Yeah, because you're a rightist.
Now,
watch the video.
Am I sharing this? Biscuit,
yourself.
Biscuit Vapes, I think that you ride your party line like way too hard.
Excuse me.
Like, yeah, I know it didn't sound right, but dude, like anything that somebody says that's right, like what you perceive as to be right or left of center, you're sticking with that party line more than anybody I think I know.
It's not a party line. It's not a party line to me. To me, it feels wrong. Right,
black and white.
Right, super right to ideology just feels so fucking wrong that it hurts inside.
Yeah, so, like, but you're not an absolutist because you told me that you agree with like gun legalized firearms. You don't want any of that changed.
Of course, yeah. Like I said, I'm
on your headphones.
I am center, right, left. If
on your headphones that you're wearing right now, do you turn off the right headphone so you only hear the left?
This one, sometimes it crashes.
Yeah, I mean, it's very weird.
I don't like the sound on this one.
It's very. I suggest it's unusual to have very strong views about being like centre right, finding it like immoral and bad, and then you're up for the Second Amendment in America. You're up for the Second Amendment in America.
Remind me.
Disagree with Smokesteve
what's
here.
the second? What's the Second Amendment? Remind me.
Guns.
Thou shalt not wear socks outside without shoes. I think.
Oh yeah, I fully agree with that one.
It's the Second Commandment.
Oh, my bad.
No, fuck the Second Commandment. Thou shalt not kill. Hell yeah, you should.
Don't kill, yeah. I think so.
Last Dance, what were you going to disagree with me about?
I don't think Biscuit. I think he just says what he believes, and that's all that I've ever noticed about him. I don't see him taking a line at any.
No, I'm not taking any lines.
I think he's learned a lot tonight.
Well, let me tell you this. There's a line if one person's last name is mentioned and it begins with T and ends with you're fucking triggered, bro.
Oh, I don't know what it is about it, but fucking passion. I hate him.
Yeah, he totally admits that.
He is got TDS. He's got massive TDS.
Why do I hate him so much? Because
it's really late. He's been here for like how many years? 8 years, like in the political scene, and it's really gripped you the last 6 months bad, man.
Well, you know, it's funny. I don't hate him, but I can't stand to listen to him. I can't stand to listen to
everything that comes out of his mouth. For me, seems
whenever
like
he gives. I tried listening to one of his speeches. I just had to turn it off. It was just too painful.
You prefer Biden speeches?
No. Those are terrible too.
But for me, at least Biden, even if he's being a bit incoherent and fucking up his
and doesn't
lines,
know his way off a stage,
he seems to me at least more.
You can do it, Biscuit. You can do it, man.
He seems more logical.
Try harder, Biscuit. Try harder.
Aware, self-aware.
Talk, please.
Yeah, and it seems more. Like when he said about fucking Trump that he's a. What did he say?
Good answer.
He was going to say something that he's a.
It was that good.
Yes.
I can't remember. It was.
This is an excellent answer. I'm telling you.
Surprising. It came from
He
Biden.
literally was about to say he's a fucking arsehole or something, but and then
you got to take the cap off to take a sip there, Anna.
Thank you.
All right.
Just noticed.
Caught you on that one. I've done that before.
That's
What
wine.
is that? Is that soda? White wine.
White wine with soda, yes. It's
For
typical.
a second,
here.
it looked like olive oil.
Don't you have that here? Don't you have this in
What's
it's half wine and half water?
9.
No, I don't even know. What is that symbol? It looks shady. I don't know. All right. Yeah.
It is a wine leaf, I think.
Grape leaf. Yeah.
Grapevine leaf.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so can we agree to disagree on Ukraine or something? Because I don't want to talk with 3 people at the same time. My head.
Yeah, I
is
think
like
we've exhausted.
I'm going to talk.
My brain gonna be stuck up there if we all talk at the same time. Yeah.
I will get irate and very vocal with
what, please? What?
I will get irate and vocal when it comes to Ukraine and Trump. So let's switch.
You're right. Excuse me. I don't want to.
Well, but Biscuit, I want to.
I like you all here, and
I want to quickly speak about the Ukraine again. You were saying about conscription. Go, to fight in Europe. On foreign soil.
If Russia attacked NATO, and obviously Article 5 gets.
No, Ukrainian soil.
No, not your Ukrainian soil. I'm on about if a NATO country gets invaded.
Estonia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you want conscription from what age?
No. I didn't say I want it. I said that if a NATO country gets invaded, and Article 5 gets triggered, and we need more soldiers, then conscription will happen.
Okay, and obviously that will start. I would suggest.
Well, I would imagine.
Hold on. Now you're over talking him. One guy at a time. Finish your thought first, Welshman.
Okay, so what I'm suggesting is that the conscription would start at an early age. I would suggest, like 18 or 16. Would you agree to that?
I would say 18 would be
Okay.
valid.
So I don't know anyone's family, so I think you might have a daughter or something. I think you've said in the past, maybe.
I do, yeah. She's 11.
Can you imagine if you had a boy now who was 15 or
Well,
17?
why a boy? My daughter would be valid for
Well, she wouldn't be frontline, you know. Only Ukraine is sticking frontline
That's
women.
bullshit.
Israel
Females would be conscripted out.
Oh,
today,
mate,
just
no army designs to stick women frontline. Okay, it just doesn't happen. They might stick them in as medics and stuff, but not
well,
front.
Even so, they're still going to be conscripted if
Right,
they're healthy.
okay. But
And unlike me,
my
I've got
point is, would you be happy if you had a son?
One person talk, please.
If you had a son the age of 18 in 2 years' time, would you be happy with your son to fight in foreign lands for?
Well, no, but I wouldn't have a choice, would I, if they conscript en masse?
Of course you would. That's what they did in the late 1960s, early 1970s. You don't go.
You got a choice. You got a choice. You go to prison.
Yeah, and they got pardoned a year or two later, right? Last Dance. This is from when he was a teenager.
If my daughter gets
so would you be so enthusiastic about it now when I give you a scenario like that? I know it doesn't really stand.
Well, I've already said that I want Ukraine to win the war, so we don't have that situation. I would not want my daughter to be conscripted. No way.
Of course. Yes. So what you're saying is you wouldn't be that enthusiastic about it.
I am 100%. My offspring. I would 100%. I would rather them go to prison than go to war.
Damn right.
Yes. It's funny how it changes when it's your own blood.
No, it's not changing.
Isn't it funny how it changes?
My opinion hasn't changed.
You want them to win the war now, but when it's your own blood on the front line.
Of course,
peace,
that's the reason I want them to win the war now, so that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it just sounds pretty hypocritical, really.
How is it? I've just said my position. I would rather them win the war so that I don't have that position to take.
Because the raw numbers are through the roof.
That's the reason I don't want. That's the reason I want Ukraine.
But you want to support the Ukrainians as more. Because we're not supporting them enough, and it's our fault because they haven't got ammo.
Well, if we don't support
them, you want more financial support.
Because I believe that if we don't support Ukraine, then they will roll over Ukraine and then move on to other countries. Maybe not NATO at first, but then they'll eventually try a small NATO country like Estonia. And then World War III
or big. It doesn't matter if it's small or big. It doesn't go into Germany.
Instead of going in the circle, because we have gone in this circle once, I'm curious if you guys want to talk about some Fanny.
Yeah, go. Let's go.
What?
She wore a
Fanny Willis. Is anyone here familiar with the Fanny Willis court case?
My Fanny is getting too big.
You're on about the fact that she has a boyfriend who's on the prosecution.
What is this?
No, we're not about the one who wore a dress.
This is a trial.
The one who wore a dress.
This is about the Trump.
Hold on, let Last Dance explain. Go, buddy.
Trump is on trial in Florida for
Georgia
shenanigans. I'm sorry, Georgia, for election shenanigans, and the prosecutor her name is Fanny Willis.
And she has got a huge fanny. This thing is the size of.
Is it the January
corruption?
Before you carry on, is it the January 6th?
Okay, whatever.
No, this is for vote. This is for voter or election interference, I believe.
Yeah,
So this is related to when he called Brad Raffensperger and tried to convince him for votes.
Right.
Okay. That's part of it. Okay, so he was. Now that's shady. Whether or not you believe he was trying to get him to pull votes out of thin air.
It's not the Stormy Daniels one either.
No,
that's another one. But yeah,
that's in New York.
So basically, this lead prosecutor hired other attorneys to assist her, and now one of them, she is having a, shall we say, extracurricular relationship with that involves carnal knowledge, if you know what I'm saying. Like,
you got to explain it.
They're having sex.
Now,
I don't. What's that?
Bumping uglies.
If I remember rightly, isn't the case that the fact that she started this relationship after the trial started?
No.
No, am I wrong?
No.
I never heard of that. Okay. I didn't know about that because here in Germany we hear nothing about this stuff.
I mean, it's
Thank
not
you for
super special, but for us here, we're watching. We believe
Of
we're
course.
watching people on stand live terribly.
Now, whether or not what she did with this prosecutor that she hired and then potentially now paid money that they both would have earned on this case for each other to go on vacation to buy plane tickets. Now, this is what you would call an ethical violation in the office, but it's not a violation that affects the crime that would have been committed prior to the trial even starting. So I think for people to draw ties between this and the crime, I don't think that makes any sense. But there is an ethical violation here, and there are grounds to remove her, or potentially to have a mistrial and have the whole thing fucking shot anyways. So they might have to restart it. They might have to reassign a different prosecutor. But I don't think it takes away from what they're trying to get to the bottom of. In other words, if there was criminal activity that took place.
It proves she's a shady character and most probably a bit of a wrong-un. That's what it proves to me.
It doesn't prove that. I mean, the heart knows what the heart wants. Maybe they found each other to be sexy and they wanted to fucking bump uglies. We're human beings. You know what I'm saying?
They earned good money on it, didn't they? They worked it well.
Yeah. We're talking a lot of money here.
Yeah, good money.
For sure.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, I think people need to pay attention to this, but it doesn't take away from if crimes were committed.
I've got a dress in the back chat if you want to see her dress, and she's wearing it back to front.
I mean, call me. I can't remember the word, but
I'll try and call it
when you trust in something like the courts, for example, I trust in the court system that this case will be tried promptly and fairly, and whatever the courts decide on this case is what should stand.
But it's very partisan. Do you agree that politics in America is very partisan at the moment, right?
Oh, hell yeah.
So you wouldn't try certain cases in certain states, but you definitely would try them in other. Can we agree on that? Basically?
Well, I don't 100% understand.
Because you seem to think the courts are the courts and everything's the same.
I've got to admit,
everything's fluffy clouds and unicorns.
Listen. I don't understand. I don't understand the difference in different states' law of how they.
One's Democrat and one's Republican. It's pretty simple.
That's
simple.
That's part of the parcel, but I don't understand how each.
Okay, do you think all these court cases and all these indictments and all these like insurrection charges and everything else? Do you think that American politics is more partisan now than it's ever been?
Now, real quick, this that you shared in the back chat. This that you shared in the back chat, Based Walshman says almost more than anything you've ever shared, and I've always thought this, man. I mean, come on, look at these, right?
What
that was me, dude. I'm the one that shared that.
Oh, RW. All right, sorry.
I don't know. What is it?
Well, now I'm confused.
Read the top. It's Harry Truman quote. Show me a politician that has. I can't read it.
Oh yeah, Nancy Pelosi.
Show me a man that gets rich by being a politician. I'll show you a crook, Harry Truman. Is that what Harry Truman said?
Yeah.
Good question.
And then we'll have a look at all these. Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, Elizabeth Warren, or Pocahontas. He's done well, hasn't she?
Are these all Democrats, by the way?
No.
Not sure.
No.
Not Mitch McConnell.
Not Mitch McConnell.
Oh, okay, so he's Republican. Okay, so it's a bipartisan quote.
No, it looks like it looks like it's in order if you actually look at it.
In the money they
order of wealth.
In the wealth they've accrued, correct.
I'm
guessing Nancy Pelosi, being a Speaker of the House, would have given her plenty of talking points and allowances to make appearances.
She got in trouble for insider trading.
Okay,
it's a husband. He's the clever one. The husband. He seems to know loads of shit.
I'm sorry, he didn't get in trouble for it.
Liz Warren was
What are you insinuating? How dare you insinuate that that Pelosi's husband might have something to do with
Hammer.
Feelings.
Anyways, Liz Warren was a professor at Harvard, and she had a salary of $350,000 a year, and she taught one class for that. That was probably involved
1 week or 1 a year.
1 per semester. So whatever. I think there's two semesters per year in college, right?
Right.
Ooh, yes.
Rough.
Yeah. So she made a lot more doing that, and like you guys said, they come for money. Their husbands are probably making money, but you got to imagine that the information these senators are getting helps them in their investments,
easily.
Oh, come on. It's got to be, dude. With the amount of shit that goes on.
Well, look, I believe politicians like a biscuit believes in courts, so, how dare you insinuate that politicians are bent?
Oh, I know politicians are bent. They're all bent. Of course they are.
And the courts are too.
It's just some are more bent.
Trump. Yeah, don't believe the courts either, mate. And don't believe fucking anything you watch on TV, especially these days.
I don't have a TV license. I don't watch TV, as you say.
Yeah.
You don't have a license?
Nope.
No, I don't either. I don't pay for it or watch it.
I watch YouTube mostly.
Do you guys have access to YouTube TV?
What?
It's the same, isn't it?
That's just YouTube that you pay
it's just YouTube
extra for to get more stuff.
No, I don't have access to YouTube, Steve. I'm not watching your show.
No. YouTube TV is how we get cable here.
Oh, right. Okay, no, we don't have that.
I pay like $75 a month for YouTube TV.
What? That's crazy. I pay $12.99. Is it $11.99? $11.99 a month for premium.
Yeah, I don't know if
I hate adverts.
No, you're misunderstanding. Like Last Dance, you have Hulu TV, right?
Yeah.
What do you pay for that?
50, 60, something like that a month.
Yeah, so I have the YouTube equivalent to that.
Wait, what? How much do you pay a month for Hulu?
It's Hulu Plus.
Oh.
It's what he would call Hulu TV.
Right, so
includes in TV channels.
CNN, Fox, NBC, all this shit, dude.
YouTube is the most expensive thing I buy, which is $11.99 a month.
I have YouTube Premium. It's the same here. It's $14.99.
Yeah, it's just no advertising.
And then I think it's about £10 a month for Amazon Prime. £9 a month I pay for I've cancelled Netflix, but it was £9 a month. Disney Plus is about the same. So what the fuck are you guys paying $50?
Can you really watch that?
I'm jobless, so yeah, I watch a lot of stuff.
I was paying £60 for basic Sky and internet before.
Now I don't
unlimited. I just do unlimited, and I piggyback off my neighbour. I got my mobile, and I piggyback my CCTV off my neighbour because I need a land for my CCTV. Can't work it. Yeah, so I nicked that.
I just pay for Virgin Media 500 megabytes a second download speeds, and that's it. And then
that's way more than adequate. Yeah. I mean, I have 300, and I'm like mind-blowingly fast. So 500 must be just.
Well, I've got Amazon Stick, and Amazon Stick is free. And that's.
Well, you pay. I'm guessing you pay for Prime, don't you?
No.
You don't pay for Amazon Prime.
Yeah, you should.
I don't have Amazon. I don't have Amazon.
Okay. Well, I pay Amazon Prime because I buy a lot of shit off Amazon.
It's slowly losing its value, though, isn't it, Biscuit? Because now there's commercials and everything.
No, I paid an extra $2.99.
Well, there you go. And I'm curious how long. Until that's not enough. You know what I'm saying?
I use eBay for a lot of stuff, and if I do want something off Amazon, I just go via my dad or my mate.
The thing is, I used to buy off eBay, and now I don't trust it because there's so many scam artists on eBay.
It's not me.
I haven't trusted. The thing is, I haven't trusted eBay for 10 years. It might be different now, but what?
eBay's too right wing.
No. I just lost trust in eBay because they. I tried selling my last time I used it was about 9 years ago when I sold my e-bike, and I got about £1,500, and they charged me. I think it was 300 in charges for selling it.
For the auctioning of it, that's brutal.
Yeah.
They have a lot of free auctioning, but you also have to keep your money in escrow for a while.
Yeah.
Well, that's because you had a reserve. If you'd have gone without.
I didn't have a reserve. I put it at £1,000 starting price.
Damn expensive, huh?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the best way to do with eBay is sell a car and start your car bid at 99p. That's what you want to do.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that because it was I needed the money to buy my next.
What ends up happening?
I know that it can happen, but if you have someone snipe you at last second, you end up with someone buying it for 99p.
You can have that. You can have people fucking around, and just like ghost bidding. But the reality is, what it is, it causes people to bid on it. When you put the price up, say to like £1,000, no one bids on it.
Well, I ended up with £1,500, and the woman came and picked it up, and we had a massive trouble with fucking PayPal not giving it money for 2 months.
Huh. That sucks.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's definitely cool that the interface exists for that sort of trading. But
so when I sell now, I just sell on Facebook Marketplace.
They replaced Craigslist because Craigslist is basically gone.
Yeah,
they replaced eBay in a large amount of it. They Etsy.
Well, the thing is, the Facebook Marketplace don't charge anything to sell on there, so
right. But the problem that they have is there's tons of flakes. Like there's so many people that just back out because there's no.
Well, there is, but it doesn't matter to me as long as somebody comes. I've sold a few Nintendo Switch games for about £5 less than retail price.
What do you sell? I mean, what are you making? $20 a game?
No, I got 45 for a Pokemon game that was literally brand new, in sealed in wrapper because Nintendo. When I bought the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet for my daughter, they sent me a spare Scarlet game by accident.
Oh, interesting. I mean, the Switch is okay. We're not crazy about it, but it's cool.
Yeah, it's just a safe space for my daughter to play games on.
Exactly. I mean, the Mario Kart's fun, but
I've got Mario Kart 8. That's great.
I think that's what they're up to now. Have you tried the new Zelda? It's weird.
The Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, you're like running around trying to solve these weird engineering problems.
You mean the temple puzzles? They are quite strange, aren't they?
They're goofy as hell, picking up planks and laying them across passageways, and you have to do a certain jump and this.
Did you not play Breath of the Wild first?
No, the last one I played was Link back in the old days. Fucking
Link's Awakening or something like that.
I mean, dude, he was the top view. The guy's running across the screen, and he's fucking. He enters the room, and they go like move slow as he goes in the doorway.
You mean back in Game Boy days?
Even
that was Nintendo. The one he's talking about.
Oh, back in SNES. SNES.
Yes.
My favorites for Super Nintendo: Link to the Past or Ocarina of Time. Yep. Those are my go-tos over and over again.
Yeah, it's
Majora's
just the new
Mask
one
was apparently good.
The new ones are very goofy. I don't know.
I like them.
I'm having trouble in investing though in a lot of the new games because it's like a 100-hour sink of a time.
Oh yeah, I've recently sunk 300 hours in the new game Power World.
That's right, you were talking that up last time. Ripping apart Pokemon for joy and pleasure.
Oh no, it's Pokemon with guns, but you also get to enslave them and make them do what you want.
Right. So 300 hours of enslaving and
oh yeah,
whatever the hell you had them do what you want.
Yep.
That's good. I wonder how many people are going to run for political office in the future, and they're going to bring up their cloud saves from Power World and show their inner character and what they did to Pokemon.
Oh yeah.
Now, Last Dance, you're saying you never heard of it, Oak Island?
Never heard of it.
The Curse of Oak Island, those two goofballs that are drilling forever on that remote island in Canada or Maine looking for this buried treasure was buried in the 1900s. And
my mom's addicted to it, man.
You saying it's good?
It's love or hate. I hate it. I hate the show.
I mean, it was cool for a while, but then once they go season after season, you're like, they're never finding this fucking thing, dude.
So, where is it from? What network?
History Channel. Now.
History, yeah.
Oh, History Channel? That's cable. That's not. Is it a fictional show or is it a?
No, it's a.
I guess documentary that's interpretation.
I would call it. I would call it.
The History Channel has such programs as Ancient Aliens, which is bullshit to the max.
Okay.
I would call it similar to Gold Miner, the Gold Miner shows or the Alaska fishing shows. It's kind of like reality documentary style.
Yeah.
Cameraman following people around, doing interviews.
Never liked any of those.
Ever? Any?
Ever. Damn. Any. Never liked any of them.
Not even Survivor?
Couldn't stand Survivor.
The best one was Axemen, the one where they were cutting down trees.
I like Axemen.
What a premise.
I love that show.
So cursed at each other. That was it. That's all I did. They cut trees down, cursed at each other. I'm pretty sure that's the show.
I loved that show. They featured that guy who did
the one where they're on the troll. Is it Trawler Men?
Huh?
You're thinking of the ones that are in Alaska, Deadliest Catch?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's a
We're
good
gonna
show.
fish today and curse at each other.
There was a trawlerman, but you were on about the
Deadliest Catch.
in Alaska,
They catch crabs.
Oh no, I'm talking about the ones where they have the big fishing nets and the trolling fishing nets.
Right, you're on about the ones in the
what
UK.
they do off
You're
screen.
the ones in the UK that was called.
And
what are you talking about?
yeah, it must be a UK one.
Yeah.
I have seen the one where the whole ship is rigged to be out for a long time, and they catch all these white fish, and then they process them all on the boat, and nothing gets wasted.
Factory ship, yeah.
Yeah, I
What
have.
are you talking about?
Did it fill the boat in one load as well? Because I think I've seen a clip once.
No.
Where they literally they went fishing for they were looking for the fish for about a week, and when they got the fish, in one catch, they filled the boat up. It was like huge, unbelievable amount of fish they caught in one.
Not the ship I'm thinking of.
All right.
This thing is like a massive. It's just massive. And then the end of the day, they're making like this fish jello cubes that they like freeze, and then the byproducts are like oil and whatever. There's nothing wasted whatsoever. And then when they finally fill this whole ship up, then they go into port. But yeah, I don't know if I could do jobs like that 24/7 on a ship. like deadliest catch and everything, you know, you're risking your life to. I mean, I know that I could do the job, but I don't know if I could trust the other people that are doing the job with me. Not if my life's on the line.
That's the point, is that you become a family unit and you do trust the people that you're with, otherwise you wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah, but
there you go.
There's some dumbass people. There's some dumbass people out there, man. I just
there is, but you become a crew and you end up trusting each other because you are there day in day out for years.
My favorite show in that genre was a show called Whale Wars, where the Sea Shepherd Anti-Whaling Society, which was originally Greenpeace, went out after, initially it was Japanese whaling ships that were supposedly going out in the name of science, but were obviously harvesting whales for retail. And
science.
They were basically they were like colliding like ship collisions inside the Arctic Sea, you know, very remote areas. Like, people could definitely be dying the way these guys did this shit.
I think,
and I always thought it was a great show.
One of my favorite shows was Ice Road Truckers.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna drive today and curse each other.
There was a lot of bullshit in that, though, wasn't there?
What, Ice Road Truckers?
Yeah. I mean, it was well done, you know, obviously edited and all that. But there was a lot of, like, you know, a lot of the time.
How long can you watch someone drive?
Yeah.
You're not watching people drive. You're watching the more sketchy shit most of the time.
Okay. Yeah, but it's just made to be sketchy. You know?
Yeah, of course it was, but that's what made it fun.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the thing about that show,
day,
they had a camera angle from under the ice that they would show you once in a while, and you'd be like, this. You'd be just waiting, like, okay, this guy's he's gonna fall under the ice. It's gonna be.
They never do.
You know, it was like a 10-second loop, don't you? You know, it was a 10-second loop.
Yeah.
Under there, it was just kept on reusing it.
I mean, let's be honest, it's not as egregious as these ancient aliens where they show the same clip 50 times in a show.
No, not as egregious, but they do feed off your fears and that Ice Road Truckers thing.
Well, that's what makes it fun.
Yeah, and there was a certain amount of passion, and you know, the guys like to drive, and who gets out the last runs, and they make you think, oh, well, we're going to make another grand if we get to make this run or whatever. Like, I don't know. It might be all produced. Like, I love the show Moonshiners, but I know they're not going on camera and making fucking moonshine. It's against the federal law. But I still enjoyed the show. It's not like I'm there going like, yeah,
if I'm not
get that government, boys. It's entertainment. It's entertainment.
Wasn't NASCAR
still next door here, buddy?
Wasn't NASCAR founded on moonshiners?
On runners?
Yeah. Well, yeah. As they say, history says they used to pump them up, and then they used to race them.
That's literally where I live now. Is where all that happens. Happened. Past tense.
Yeah, and that's the point of having something that looks like a stock car, but blows the doors off of everything else, is because of moonshine, so they could hide the booze in the back and just bomb down a country road. Yeah, sleeper.
You know what trips me out though?
It was a true sleeper, wasn't it? It was a very much true sleeper. No alloys, nothing visual that would show any performance. Really?
Aren't today's NASCAR like the whole like body shell comes up so you can get in the car?
Yeah, they're not stock at all. It's a joke.
Not anymore.
No, they're fucking a billion miles from stock.
You have like a metal roll cage, and then the plastic body comes up over the top so you can get in.
So you know with the cheats on, like, you know, Formula One, you know, like you know when they do the regs and the rules,
like the Kerr's electric motor system.
Yeah, well, no, the Kerr's was allowed, wasn't it? But it was, say when Braun stepped in their first year, and they done the underflow system of the vehicle, so when they were going around bends, they could go around bends 10 to 15 miles faster than anything on the track. Remember the Jensen Button one and Barrichello? They were in the white Formula One car. But there was some NASCAR driver. He's very famous. I'm sure it was NASCAR, and he would change like things like the fuel
Well,
tank.
NASCAR is just an oval track. Surely it can't be that.
Yeah, but what they would do, what he would do, because he was trying to bend the rules. They're only allowed 80-liter tanks, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so or whatever liter tanks, 20-liter tanks, more realistic. And then what they would do then, you'd say, okay, then you'd get a fucking little football, and what do you do? You get a 25-liter tank, but make sure with a little football that it'll only fit 20 liters.
Yeah.
So that it's in inspection. And when it's out of inspection, then he'll take the football out and he'll have 24 liters or 22 liters more, not so obvious. But those little gaps make everything.
But if you had more fuel,
but then they caught him out on it. So then they turned around and they said to him, "Oh, we caught you out, and you stopped that one."
The thing is,
right? And then he turned around. But wait there. They turned around and they don't say how big the pipe is. So he had like fucking like fist-sized pipe from his fuel tank to his carburetor, and in that space was an extra liter. Right,
yeah.
So this guy was bending the rules all the time, or not.
Well, the thing
bending
is,
them,
if you have more fuel, you have more weight, then it makes you slower, surely.
Yeah, but you don't have
But
to
if you don't have
do
to
you?
stop for fuel for an extra lap, you definitely have an advantage.
Okay.
Correct. So
enough.
basically, if you were having one stop, for example, and maybe two stops in a race, odds on maybe for the finishing line. Now you've got 3 laps in the bag with fuel.
Yeah, but surely
right?
if you're stopping less than the
no,
competition, then that's a red flag.
No,
surely.
because you got to go in for your second pit, where if you had 2 more liters in your tank, just 2 more liters, you could do 4 laps.
Yeah.
Right now, in reality, that would stop you from coming end of the pack to being first. So it's vital. It's everything. So by using thick pipe, huge, the guy made it up again. But he wasn't breaking the rules. He was
because the tank only held the same. But the piping
and
held
the
more.
rule was on the tank, not on the pipe from the tank. So he would just abuse or try and work it out for him. But this guy was really famous for doing all sorts. He made the vehicle so weak.
Bye. Take care.
Okay, Anna. Speak to you later, bud.
Thanks for having you.
Good having you. Good talking to you, Anna.
Yes, bye. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, I'm surprised you Americans don't remember the guy that done it like by name.
It's not Dale Earnhardt.
No, it wasn't him.
That's all I got.
It was years ago, but he done all sorts of fucking not sketchy shit. Well, it was sketchy because it was safety shit he was playing with as well. You'd weaken the safety of the vehicle to get lightness.
I thought it was pretty interesting in my local area when you buy high-end moonshine. If you were to buy high-end moonshine from someone close by, it wouldn't be anything fancy. They'd literally pour it out of an old, the distilled water bottles, the plastic junky distilled water bottles. That's the storage container for the end product. I'm looking at it. I'm like,
what do you mean, like a gallon jug?
Yeah. I'm like, you don't even store it in glass? They're like, nah. Apparently that doesn't leach the plastic, but I don't know, man. Looks gross.
What does a gallon cost?
A gallon would cost $100.
Okay. Yeah.
So do they sell a quart for like $25-$30?
Expensive, isn't it?
And that's just for White Lightning. If you want, what do they call it? Apple pie. That's going to be closer to $35 for a quart.
We have White Lightning as a trademark in the UK, and it's cheap cider called White Lightning. There's no apples in it. It's just like artificial flavoring, alcohol, and bubbles.
Yeah, sounds like heartburn.
Yes, that's exactly what it is, mate. You must have it in America as well. What's it called in America?
The closest we had that sounded like that was Strongbow, but that was Australia. I'm not sure what the American apple.
So Strongbow cider is a British brand, but you might.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, White Lightning is the cheapest form of Strongbow in a bottle.
Yeah, I don't know
I didn't know White Lightning was a company related to Strongbow.
It's not, but they sell the same product. in the sense.
Oh, you mean
alcoholic
cider?
beverage? That's
Probably the
not
closest
really-
to shearing off.
not really
here.
made of apples.
Sounds like a
No,
laxative.
it's literally chemical cider. It's not even got a single apple in it.
It'll probably clear you out.
Yeah, like
No, it'll rip your bowels
heartburn.
out. It's disgusting.
Have you ever
you said-
seen? I've seen it in Hollywood a couple times now. People mixing alcohol with Pepto-Bismol and drinking it. How the hell could you possibly get that down?
God, that sounds disgusting.
Is Pepto-Bismol like Gaviscon, which is like an antacid?
I think
Yeah,
so.
it's a pink.
Blech.
Yeah.
Like it tastes like cum.
I wouldn't know.
It tastes like mint here.
No, I mean like the texture. It's like gloopy, like glue.
If it's fresh, it's milky. If it's older, it definitely starts to get a little chalkier.
I have washed down heartburn tablets on alcohol. I used to do it quite often like that. And I don't like the taste of them with anything. So what I used to do is
I'll have a Rennie, which is just
hold on, Biz. He was talking.
Yeah? Sorry.
No, I just chew them up really rapidly and swig a bit down because I hate swallowing them. Just bite my jaw 10 times and drop it, just get it down quick.
Oh, that's rough. That's rough.
But
Biz,
if you're sinking Pepto-Bismol, that's a good time to stop drinking.
I was saying I'll have a Rennie, which is literally like a calcium carbonate chalk tablet kind of thing.
Yeah.
Nasty.
But I won't glug the gloopy Gaviscon liquid that's like it's a right thick, like jelly liquid.
In my old local, they sold Gaviscon on the optics.
Gaviscon.
What does that mean on the optics?
On the optics.
What does that mean?
We have measured optics in the UK. So we'll have a double or a single, and what you get the shot glass, you just push it up on the bottle. The bottle's upside down, and it's got like a measure thing. Like in America, you do free pouring or free pour. In the UK, it's not. The bottle's like stuck on the wall, and you just press a plunger.
Oh yeah, I remember that in Australia too. Yeah.
Yeah. So what happens in my old local is that there was a lot of people having Gaviscon, so he would just sell it as an optic. So just 50p on the fucking Gaviscon.
I'll take 2 shots of Gaviscon.
It's so thick. It's like it takes ages and everything. I remember it clearly when you said Gaviscon. I was like, oh yeah, in the pub.
Oh god.
Yeah, I don't know. Ashley seems to know Gaviscon. She said it ain't no Pepto. All right, I gotta look it up. What is this shit?
Last Dance says no different.
It definitely sounds more.
No, it is different.
Oh, it is different. Oh, yeah. No, different. Not no different.
No comma, different.
Yeah.
Oh, no, comma. You gotta have the comma.
Comma's
Gaviscon does work, mind you. But yeah.
Extra strength.
Did you guys know that Alka-Seltzer had painkiller in it?
It doesn't.
Yeah. Used to.
Yeah. I didn't know that until last year. I thought it was just like a bicarb, but it's got aspirin in it.
That sounds like Andrew's liver salts here.
Probably.
What I was shocked about, what was in talcum powder? So Johnson & Johnson got done for it as well. There was something toxic in talcum powder, and it had been going on for years.
Oh, you're not supposed to ingest it. You're supposed to apply it to your skin.
Yeah, but if you apply mercury to your skin, it fucking does the same product, eh?
Oh, it had mercury in it.
Well, I can't remember what it was, but I'll Google it now and find out. They got fined for it. People are and talc. I'll Google it now.
Yeah, it's amazing, like the stuff that we grow up with, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, that rips you with cancer." Yeah, just that you use it your whole life, but just so you know, cancer.
Yeah, are you having a look for me, Biscuit? It's something.
I was gonna, but then I thought, nah, the chat's up on my pop.
If you
on
can, mate,
pop out,
otherwise I'll lose connection.
Take it off, and I'd have to mess about with my screen.
They're saying it's bad.
Anyone know what this is from, or what it is?
It's not a flip lighter.
Nope.
A battery?
A battery.
From?
A phone?
Cell phone.
Nope.
Wow.
Walkie-talkie.
That's a decent battery pack for a walkie-talkie.
That's a huge battery for a walkie-talkie.
That's a
It's
talkie-walkie.
It's from that one, but the battery pack
That's
from
right.
that
It
one
was
is
asbestos.
The thing is, it wasn't charging, so like I'll take it apart, and then it just all the wires disintegrated and it fell apart.
Well, that's a better.
So Chuck comes
It
to
was only a
rescue.
40 quid walkie-talkie set.
It was asbestos in Johnson and Johnson's tower.
Oh, and talc and baby powder. Yeah, a lot of people got tagged for that one. Cervical cancer.
Asbestos.
Alka-Seltzer's the nectar of the gods. Yeah, I don't think it has the best taste personally, but it definitely helps with a hangover. But now I know it's bicarb.
Is that the one that you put in like a tablet in water and it fizzes and it tastes
drop, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is.
Never had it.
Yeah,
it's atrocious.
We don't get that advert either.
Yeah, it's gross.
The closest we have is like an effervescent paracetamol. There
you go. Yeah, in Australia, that's when I started to see the ones that had more flavor, like orange-ish flavor, orange-type substance, fake sugar.
Nasty.
Yeah. They're big in Australia with their multivitamins being effervescent.
I'm guessing Alka-Seltzer means an alkaline fizzer or something like that.
That is correct.
I guess.
So it reduces the acid in your stomach.
Which isn't always a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the hell it does. People, I was never clear on what the hell Alka-Seltzer was for.
I thought it was for ulcers.
Heartburn.
Okay, so it's not an antacid.
Well, but she's saying it's for heartburn too. So, I mean, in both of those scenarios, it would help the situation. It would help the symptoms.
Yeah,
but it wouldn't help the situation.
I thought things like Tums were like for heartburn.
Yeah, that's just calcium carbonate, I think.
Straight up.
Yeah.
That's what our Rennies are.
I remember eating those.
Our Rennies are calcium carbonate tablets.
Yeah, just chalk, basically, isn't it?
Yeah.
And in the pub, because I used to carry them because they were easy to hold and stuff. You know, when you're out clubbing, they're no good with a dark rum and coke, large dark rum and coke. What the fuck? Yeah.
If you guys, I mean, doesn't matter what you guys drink when you have quite a few. Do you still end up with like a stomach ache or a heartburn situation, or like for me, if I do too much cider, I'll definitely get heartburn. But beer, I'm good if I drink a whole bunch of it. But then again, the next day I'm going to feel terrible. So
I think for me, I get heartburn if I have too much fatty foods.
But no, there's no drink, no like soda, and
I don't drink very much. Tonight's the most I've drunk in 6 months.
Biscuits, also fatty foods. How's things getting on with your health and stuff? You know, just generally.
Say what with me?
Yeah, your health generally, like you know.
I'd say my health's really good. Physical health is good. It's much better.
How about your bowels? How are your bowels?
I wouldn't say they're quite as great.
I really don't want to know. I just felt it, you know, I got to bring it up.
I'd say I am less frequent, I'll put it that way.
Okay. Well, to keep battling as well with you know, with your aims in the future, mate. You know,
that's
really
it, yeah.
well.
Are you doing enemas at all?
What?
Enema?
Where?
Enema?
Are you doing any water flushing of your system that way?
He wants to know if you...
Does coffee count?
Depends where you... Depends which end you put it in.
That's exactly right, Dance.
No. I need to drink more water, but I only drink like 6 or 7 coffees a day. That's it.
I know that it sounds gross, but you can easily on Amazon get kits for flushing your system. And if you're having any issues like that, it definitely helps.
I'm fine. I don't need no enemas. I just need to drink more water.
Well, I'm having more issues, and it helps me.
Are you out on your bike?
We finally got enema.
I'm out on my bike daily based.
Well, that's great. That's good to hear, mate.
Wrong by Tool.
Talked about
it is an electric bike, isn't it?
It is, but I still have to pedal.
Yeah. Cool. Cool.
Any uphill inclines.
Trust me, we all needed a bit of assistance, and
Yeah.
that's the good thing to keep you on the bike is that assistance. That just about keep you going.
Yep.
Good for you, mate.
I like bikes that offer about 99% assistance.
It's not quite 99, but it's about 96.
Oh, there you go. I can handle that.
It's 100% until it gets to a 2% incline. Then you got to give it a little assistance.
Yeah, just be super careful, eh? You don't be bouncing down the road. Because you can get carried away on a push bike.
I've only fell off my bike twice, and it's been when we stood still.
Guess where trigger is on my bike?
Is this the gay
handlebars?
Did I play this last week?
I don't know, but I've seen it. But it's hilarious.
Why are you repeating? Why?
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr. Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning.
Morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. Lesbian? Homosexual? How can I describe you? Transgender. You were initially male or female?
The sex that was assigned to me at birth was female.
And you opted to become male. Why should someone be gay? Are you dating any female?
Yes, I am.
You have a girlfriend?
Yes, I do.
While in transition, you're having a girlfriend?
Yes.
Do you perform the natural obligations? Doesn't that make you gay?
What do you mean doesn't that make me
like
gay?
This guy, isn't he?
I am male and attracted to a female.
So who is gay?
It's great.
That is great.
The guy is so confused, but he's great. He's based. He doesn't even know it.
Yeah, he doesn't even know how based he is and how direct he is. And the thing is, when you ask Africans what goes on in the West these days, they look and they go, "You serious? It's just not a joke." They just can't understand it, can they?
Yeah, exactly. I love it.
I mean, we seem to think this is perfectly normal. To a lot of people in the world, this is what you have grown men that appear in adult venues that then read stories to 3-year-old children. And this is promoted in your country. Yes.
I mean, that doesn't sound... The way you put that then didn't sound so bad, but I'm guessing that the actual act was way worse.
What do you mean?
See, here's the thing. Like,
what do you mean?
Grown men reading stories to children. That doesn't sound so bad.
What do you mean?
Yeah, well, there's the thing. Like,
adult performers.
Grown men can read stories to children. It's just that depends on the
at the age of 3 onwards.
Yeah.
You think that doesn't sound bad?
I mean,
that sounds like a fucking. That sounds
I mean,
terrible
it depends on the story. Depends on the location.
Depends on the story. He's an adult performer. He's an adult performer.
What kind of performer?
Well, he's talking about drag story hour.
Okay, there you go. There's a insinuating factor. If it was just say a grown man on CBBS reading a bedtime story, is that so bad? No, it's not.
Well, no, if it was another grown man who had a daughter who was a normal man that dressed like a man, yeah, you're going to feel better.
That's what I was saying, that the story didn't sound so bad, but I'm guessing that the insinuating circumstances would have been worse. That's what I was saying.
A grown man, right, is telling stories.
I've read my daughter's stories. I'm a grown man reading my daughter's stories. Is that so bad? No. But
would you
need to be more specific?
Would you be happy with an adult performer that makes
of what kind? Like a CBBS performer,
a drag queen?
Absolutely not. No. There you go. You've added context. There you go. Well done.
Well, I did that at the start. So a drag queen. You would be happy with a drag queen?
No, right? I just said no. I wouldn't. No.
All right. So
I was just asking for a bit of clarification. That's all.
It sounds horrific,
context.
by the way. I know you keep on saying it doesn't sound horrific. It sounds
no.
horrific.
I was asking. No, I was asking for clarification on the context. You only said a grown man reading children's stories. That doesn't sound, on the face of it, that bad. But if you say a grown drag performer reading children's stories, that sounds a little worse.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
It's progressive, though. Don't forget it. You know, anywhere else in the world, look at it like this is perverted and degenerate.
Here's the thing. Like the interesting thing about the argument you guys just had, you somewhat proved a point. There aren't big groups of straight men like me and like you and like all of us here that are trying to read books to 3-year-olds. But yet, there are situations where these drag performers are. Like, I would do it in 2 seconds flat if those kids need books read. You know, I love children. I have no problem. But I don't have any desire to seek that out. Why are they seeking it out? Is it for exposure? Is it for controversy? I mean, what the fuck?
It also requires even more context, because on CBBS, Dame Judi Dench, is it Dench or Tench? I can't remember.
Dench.
Anyway, yeah, Dench. He read some stories on CBBS, which is tailored to 3 to 6-year-olds. Just a normal, just a normal story, like Fred the Caterpillar or something. And it wasn't anything bad. It was just some weirdly dressed man reading a normal story at a bedtime hour CBBS children's show.
Cocktail going on is crazy.
It totally depends on the context. If it was some weird man in climbing into some child's bedroom telling them a bedtime story, then sure.
Yeah,
I don't know the context.
Hey, look, it's Drone Tech. Holy shit, dude. Fucking late arrival.
Hey, Absolutely.
Dude,
3-hour line.
Jump in. We just are kind of languishing here on we're on trans story hour or drag drag story time. Yeah.
I think it completely depends on the circumstances and the actual type of story that they're telling.
That's what I brought up with wife the other day. Not the other day, it was like 4 months ago, but I'm like, yeah, there aren't these other groups of people clamoring to read stories. Like, why is this?
Like, for instance, the Dame Judi Dench one, he was asked to come on the show. It wasn't direct. There wasn't any children there.
Yeah, exactly. So like I said, when you perform in front of a telly, it's different to when you're performing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I was talking about. Circumstances.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean,
makes sense.
And it was a pre-organized story that was relevant and suitable for children. If there are drag queens telling stories to children that are not relevant to children, then that's definitely way worse than any other.
No. But I've said it before, and Steve just repeated it. That like what the left has said to me. Drag queens are misunderstood. Kids don't understand about drag queens are about, and they need to know these things.
I mean, to me, a drag queen.
Hear me out.
Go on.
What my comparison was is they say they need to be understood and stuff. I said, well, why haven't we got loads of undertakers queuing up to read stories to other people's children? Because they're misunderstood. Kids don't understand what undertakers' jobs are. So why haven't we got that? Why isn't that a natural thing? Like Steve said, you know.
Yeah, that's my only thing. Why are they there in the first place?
Yeah, well,
don't we all want to just live our own private lives? If you're a parent in the school and you want to say, hey, my kid goes to the school. I'd love to come in and read stories to my son or daughter and their friends. That would be cute. It would be a lot of fun.
Why is it got to be an adult performer?
Yeah, not only a drag queen, why is it going to be a random drag queen with no attachment to the children in the school? Why are they there? These aren't their children. Right. They're not related. I mean, give me a fucking break, dude. Yep. It's just to stir controversy, and it's purely to piss people off, and it's virtuous. They're also trying to bend roles and challenge gender roles and all this horse shit, but it's involving other people's kids. Like, that's why it's pissing people off, and it's pissing me off. Leave the fucking kids alone, dude. They're not only are they kids, they're little tiny fucking kids that don't even have. They're not like high schoolers that could maybe have a cogent thought about this. They're like second, first grade. You know what the fuck, man?
In the UK, the one starts at 3 and goes to 9. The other one starts at 4 and goes to 10. You wonder why they don't have them off to 10, eh? You wonder why. But yeah, you can't really make a decent thought at the age of 3, eh?
No, it's just gonna screw them up. They don't even know what's happening yet. Like,
yeah, they don't even actually understand what's happening, really.
That's what I mean. They're just
they're not even the age to really digest what's going on.
Right. So they're trying to.
Why is there a man with hairy legs and a mustache in a dress with like purple hair, with a short skirt and shit? Like, what the fuck? Even if you're like,
that's out of the order. But from my childhood, I do distinctly remember, for instance, Dame Judi Dench. Again, I'm bringing her up because
I know this is the third time we're on about drag queens.
Yeah, well, that's what he is. But
Dame Judi.
Yeah, he's a drag queen, but he has repeatedly read. I'm bringing it up because he has read books in public to children, but the books weren't about trans or anything. They were just normal books that they were reading.
Yeah, but it was a comedian, right?
That's right. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it all depends on context. If it's a
but why are you bringing up like something from like 40 years ago, which
because
no
nobody here is
the only similarity is the man is in a dress.
That's what I'm saying.
Completely different. The rest of it is because
I know, but nobody's bringing up the context.
Yeah, because it's
I've not heard any of you guys say the context of which any of these guys are doing this.
What do you mean?
Nobody's said the context of the bad ways people are doing this.
Sorry,
the only frame of reference I've got is Dame Judi Dench on CBBS. That's where I'm coming from. I've never seen any of these. I know what a drag queen is, but I've never seen any of the drag queens do this or heard of it.
Okay.
This is the first time hearing it. That's all. I'm just asking for a bit of context.
Okay, so
I'm trying to say.
I'll give you some receipts in the back chat now. There we go.
No, I don't want receipts. I just want you to say like what kind of things are they doing that's egregious. I've not heard or seen anything like that.
What they're doing,
I 100% agree with you that if they're doing anything egregious, then it's
what
bad.
they're doing.
I can see how it can be.
They're grown men with stubbles and hairy legs and a meat and two veg, and what they're doing, they're telling children's stories.
Kind of what? Let me ask some more focused questions. What kind of stories are they telling?
Right, in the back chat, last dance. That's the sort of thing they're talking about. There it is.
Well, here my wife makes a point to where she says, "Do you think little kids are confused?"
That's how I'm seeing it. When
they see clowns. Hold on a second, but would they not be insulted if you called them clowns?
Well, that's how I see it. I see.
Am I right? I mean,
I see drag queens as clowns. They are performers.
Okay. I mean, if you're going to tell me that you see them as clowns, I wouldn't have said that because, frankly, I wouldn't want to offend them. But it's funny that
But
you and my
performers.
wife
They are like clowns.
You and wife are both on the left side, and you're both calling them clowns. It's fucking hilarious.
They are clowns.
I think you've offended every drag queen in the UK.
I don't think so. They are performers. They are clowns.
Isn't it funny? Like, I don't even see, like, Last Dance or Welshman wouldn't even say clowns.
On the other side, I can see where a drag queen can become inappropriate for children.
But you're describing adult performers in a nightclub as a clown.
Yeah,
and a clown has its own definition. So if you define anything else, if you define any other profession like performance, and you describe them as a clown, that's a derogatory. That's a derogatory term.
Totally, dude.
And people might suggest you're a bigot.
I've seen drag queens at, say, Butlins, and they have not been adult. They've just been men dressed as women playing.
Okay.
Funny
bring up the tweet?
Yeah, but I don't have a problem if you and I go into a club like, say, Biscuit, like if we ever got the pleasure of hanging out together, we go in for a few whiskey and cokes. There's a few drag guys on the stage. We have a few laughs. We do a few shots. We're adults. Huge fucking different, bro. Like, these are fucking tiny little children who can't tell anything.
I mean, to me, the only associations I have.
Would you be happy with your daughter
one
having
minute? Let me just make a point.
The
only association I have with drag queens are from mostly pantomime. And pantomime are generally for kids. They are just women dressed as men dressed as women.
No. But what the difference is there in a pantomime in the UK? There's no sexual innuendo at all. Well, there might
that's
be
what I'm talking about. When it comes
it's very much done on words the kids don't understand, and it's always tongue in cheek. There's nothing serious about anything that's going on.
That's
then
what I'm.
What
I'm
goes
not.
Stop it.
Hold on, 1 minute. I'm gonna. Just let me say before you carry on.
What goes on a nightclub is completely different. What goes on
I
a
understand
nightclub is completely different.
I understand that there are adults
in the theater.
Hey, Carrie White in the house. Welcome, Carrie, new guest, and she has an opinion.
How do you know it's a she?
They have an opinion. Welcome, Carrie White. And look at this imposter down here calling himself Welshie. Come on, guy.
It's Crankle.
It's literally Crankle with sunglasses and a hat on.
I'm not saying that drag queens are suitable for children, but the drag queens in, say, pantomimes are suitable for children because they are just tongue-in-cheek, funny, slapstick comedy.
Fine. Here's the thing: pantomimes have literally no color to their clothes. They have almost no gender. They are literally acting without noise. And they're trying to escape from some kind of a box that doesn't exist. It's the most bizarre thing.
You're thinking of a mime.
Yeah, well, close enough. But they're still based on...
A pantomime is like, say, Cinderella, Aladdin, but it's done in a slapstick comedy way for children.
Oh, yeah, well, our definitions are vastly apart on those.
It's a family production where you can take your children there, but there might be sort of like like the 70s, 80s innuendo, where adults understand the words spoken, but kids would be completely clueless and innocent to anything said. So there's nothing really dirty or still. I'm watching about it, but there'll be occasionally a dirty joke pushed in there.
But it's done in such a way that the children don't understand, but the adults do.
Yeah, they would
and both
understand it. Yeah,
children
sure,
and adults
sure.
enjoy it.
Yeah, like in Shrek had a good bit of those.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So a lot of family films have that.
And in any pantomime, there's always male actors playing female roles as like the Wicked Witch or something like that.
Exactly.
Once again, nothing sexual.
No, absolutely not. It's just that they are drag-like characters, and that's all I've seen, and that's where I'm coming from. I know,
please
there
look in the back.
There are drag actors that are super adult, and no, they should not be anywhere near children. In that,
in the back chat, in the back chat, there's a thing called Ada HD. That this performer is in my hometown of Cardiff. He, Samuel, real name, is the most popular drag queen in the UK, and there's a national tour. He started in Swansea today, Saturday, and he, if you have a look at the photo there, he performs in clubs, and this chap here, Samuel, his very good friend, who was also a drag performer, turns out he was a convicted paedophile ×2. Tragically was found dead in Cardiff, in a lane about a year ago. But it turns out that this chap, the Ada HD one, put a GoFundMe up for whatever reason for his partner for a convicted paedophile. But there's no connection, of course, none at all. And don't ever think there would be any connection, or think it was a good thing to do, was set a GoFundMe up for his deceased friend that was a convicted paedophile. And by the way, he danced in front of, told stories in front of kids today. It's in the back chat.
All I'm saying is that you need a bit of context when you're talking about.
Well, I've just given. If you have a look in the back chat,
I understand that, but you see where I'm coming from. That you need a little bit of context when you're talking about these things.
Well, I'm giving you the context. But look at it.
Okay.
That if you put that name in anywhere, it'll come up as an adult performer, but also the school
and that's
nursery
obviously
thing.
wrong.
Well, that's the one that does a national tour. So that's mostly the top of the tree there, mate. National tour. Swansea today. Somewhere else next week. Look, you know. And I can give you some. I can give you some posts by this person as well, which are very concerning.
Yeah, right. Okay, he's here too, and he's just impersonating the hell out of you, man.
I banned him.
In the back chat.
Yeah.
I kicked him 6 or 7 times, and he kept coming back. So
I know. I see that. You're on it. That's good.
I did ban this time.
Ban?
You could change names and come back again if he wants.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Based must be truly awesome to have a stalker who's willing to come around at 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning to stalk him.
Almost 3.
3 in the morning.
Yeah, it's near enough 4 actually. It's 3:48 for us. I feel quite like honored and quite,
exactly. That's power.
Be that important.
I mean, you're really not that offensive. I don't get it, but
I don't get it either. But
so controlling borders, just controlling them. Obviously, immigration is one thing, and then just to control the mass, as you have a similar thing in the southern border for yourselves.
We got problems, brother.
It's now seen as some people as like the most far right thing. To even
you had a solution, but you fucked it up by Republicans saying no.
No.
So wait there. So I you got it wrong anyway. I was talking about myself, but you're talking about the southern border again. So you think the Republicans have fucked it up?
Oh yeah.
So what's the excuse for the first 3 years in office then, or 2.5 years he's been in office?
I don't know the logistics about
well,
it.
yeah.
But...
So when you say stupid like clickbait comments like that, the easy way back to that is: so what was the excuse for the first 2.5 years? Why was the border such a mess for the first 2.5 years then?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you've got nothing. You got nothing.
There was
nothing blocking them.
I had a chance
there was nothing
to answer,
blocking
yeah.
them.
I'm thinking.
For them to blame everything on current legislation is complete horseshit. What it comes down to is it's always a game. And there's always a game of blame, of course. There are measures put in place for the president to control this. In fact, there's an exact thing in 1952. I think it has to do with declaring an emergency to shut down the border. This thing's been around for over 70-something years that could be used. There's a lot of funding involved with this bill. Let's not forget. And the lion's share of this bill goes to...
Republicans made that the case that it had to be connected to the funding for certain things, didn't it?
Well, no. I mean, that's just hearsay and rhetoric. What it comes down to is it would have been best if this bill was a standalone bill. No attachments.
Pushed in with Ukraine, pushed it all in with Ukraine. It's just mugging.
They called it the border bill, but yet it had like 60 billion for the border or something, and then like 180 billion.
It was 60 billion for Ukraine, wasn't it? I think it was 20 billion for the border.
Yeah, whatever it was like 3 times more for
Ukraine.
But yet they persisted in calling it a border bill. I think people just were turned off by this. The lion's share of it went to foreign aid. 60 to Ukraine, something like 10 or 11 to Israel, and then a lesser amount to other foreign aid.
But it's called the border bill. But the vast majority of the aid goes foreign. Well, that's a good way.
Yeah, like literally about 21% went to the border, and in 79 in the 79 to 80% went to
and like Steve
other
said,
countries.
and like Steve said, the president has got the ability to act and sort this out. And granted, the Republicans might be dragging their feet now, but they're going to. It's an election year. At the moment, they're going to try and play their hand. But no one stopped Biden from acting in the first 80% of his term so far. He just chose not to because that's his actual voter base.
Yeah,
migrants is his voter base. They admit it, so you can't deny it. It used to be a conspiracy theory until all the Democrats said it wasn't a conspiracy theory because he said, yes, that's what we're doing.
Initially, I thought this was going to be harmful to the Republicans because I figured this is going to be a running point for the Democrats to sort of place the Republicans in the role of causing this bill to go down. But I think if the Republicans play their cards correctly with this one, they can actually use it quite well in their own corner.
Well, honestly. It worked well for the Democrats in the last mini election, didn't it?
Well, to open the borders.
No.
Yeah.
But it worked well because the Democrat who was recently elected to the open seat was basically running on the border issue.
Yeah, in New York. He ran on the fact that the Republicans basically turned down the border bill. Now, the Republicans are going to have to work to turn this thing around in the public eye because that is the common conception right now by people is that this is a mistake by the Republicans. That's what a lot of voters are going to think. But there's a fairly solid group of people who think that it's all show and that the Democrats are really putting it on. Now, if the Republicans can really work on that, I think they could probably pull off an upset using that as their platform.
Yeah, and the Republicans are now basically going to be using the border crisis as a big weapon, and yeah, they're mostly not going to play ball. And why would they now? You know, he's been in office 75% of his stay, and he's done fuck all. In fact, he's done the opposite.
I wouldn't agree with that. He's done quite a lot. He's raised the amount of jobs that have been provided.
We're on about migration, not jobs.
Yeah, but you've just said he's done fuck all, and I had to just
he hasn't done fuck all
contradict that.
He's opened the border up.
No, yeah, with the border he's done fuck all, but with everything else he's done quite a lot.
We're not talking about jobs. We're not talking about.
Yeah, but you said when you said he's done fuck all, I just had to retort.
He's done fuck all on the border.
Well, let's just refine the conversation to the border.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Now Biden has shit the bed with it.
Sure.
He's
not doing
well.
He wears a diaper.
In the law, what could he actually? What could Biden have actually done, like legally?
Well, he could have finished off the wall.
What could he have done?
Finished, wasn't it?
Well, he could have done whatever he wanted. He's the president, and there is an emergency clause that allows him to do whatever when it comes to invasion level immigration, that it's uncontrollable. He could shut the border down.
I mean, do you realize how many people have come in the last 4 years? You don't, do you, Biscuit, on the numbers?
I don't know. No, that's why I'm asking.
Well, the numbers are huge. I don't know if the last stand saw Steve.
Because I mean, I'd rather get.
If you look at the 10-year on the stats,
I'd rather get the information from the actual Americans here because they actually have.
Well,
more,
we're giving an opinion. I'm giving an opinion. I'm asking him for the receipts. I'm asking him for the receipts. So whether you hear from me or not, we're going to get it from a receipt. It's not going to be an opinion in a minute. You'll see it.
Okay.
Hopefully one of them will get it up.
Oh yeah. Last Dance, you doing that?
What am I supposed to get? The immigration numbers?
Yeah, immigration numbers from like especially from Biden. But if you can try and make it like a 10-year or
make it a 10-year.
So we get a bit.
I'll tell you this much: the immigration numbers outbeat the birth rate.
Well, I know in December I think it was 300,000, which is 200,000 more than normal.
I mean, I do currently agree with Smokesteve's wife.
Yes.
Let's see. I can't find it.
Can't find it?
No.
Okay.
Let's see. How about this?
What about images or charts? You know, when you got images on it.
Charts.
There's nothing
I seen it recently, and it's just a huge climb. Like, you know, it was high numbers anyway, but it's like doubled in the last 4 years. I think they're saying like 12 million people have crossed in that time.
What's that?
Is that a number that rings a bell to Steve or anyone?
Oh yeah, easily.
Yeah,
12 million in 4 years. It's a lot of 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, it was
I can't find those particular numbers.
We had like 300-something thousand in a month. That was more than babies.
Yeah, but that's not every month, though.
No, that was December. But we're going to have to give opinions. We are, sadly. But would you suggest that immigration has gone up in the last 3 years since Biden's been in power? To the Americans?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why. What's happening down there at the borders? Why aren't they keeping them out?
I mean, what about the fact that when MAGA supporters went down and they were going to riot and stop all these people coming through, and literally nobody was.
There was no rioting, was there? There was zero.
No. What I'm saying, listen, will you just let me finish? When they went down there was literally nobody there. it wasn't as bad as
they
they
kept
thought.
them out of there.
No, there was at the board. There was at the border, and there was nobody going through at that particular time, and there was like fighting against each other. Like,
no. Once again, you're just reading real party.
I'm not reading anything. I was watching a
you're
video.
Watching really party political news.
I was watching MAGA Republicans fight amongst each other because there was nobody there at that time.
God Almighty! Look. I said a couple of weeks ago that was a setup. That was a pure psyop operation. I said it.
What, the MAGA Republicans fighting each other?
No, the whole operation. Do you know what a psyop is?
Yeah, I know what a psyop is, but I don't know which particular bit you're on about, because there's quite a lot of shit going on in this world.
Yes, so I believe it was basically going to be a setup for
which bit? What was the setup?
Well, basically to pull everyone down to the southern border.
Okay.
To possibly cause a bit of hassle, because that's what the legacy media was sort of insinuating what was going to happen. And I said, and I think I might have said it on this live to the boys above us. This actually said, I believe this is a psyop. I believe this could, if people turn up, it get ugly. And thankfully, it wasn't attended. I think people knew it was a bit of Bob Billy bullshit, and it didn't happen. But the reality is, the federal government were leaving telling them to clean up the to take the bad wire away. Take the bad wire away, right? So the illegals can come in easier. So when
there
you
say
Biden has done stuff with the border, yeah, they opened the border up. In fact, that's what people were coming down for. The Texas was saying, "Fuck you." The bad wire keeping them out. They go, no. We gotta put a bad wire aside so we allow them in. So when you talk, he does his stuff. Yeah, okay, cheers.
All right, let's feature Smoke Wife's comment. Let's keep complaining about that was a terrible reading. Complaining about the border and not pass the border bill, she says. Then Last Dance jumps in with, quote, the border bill as if there can be only one.
Well,
and then let's finish this as if you can't have a border bill without Ukraine funding a Ukraine funding poison pill. Now let's hit her back with the curveball, wife. No, but I didn't read it on your own.
Well, it did for the border, but it had other shit too, which we don't want.
Well, three quarters of it was going to foreign aid.
Yeah, I mean,
let's be honest. Republicans put that border bill with the Ukraine funding. It was either have both or none. And they decided none anyway.
Funny how that works. It's funny how that works, isn't it?
That was out of the Senate,
and they had the most conservative border bill they've ever seen, and they never even took it because Trump said no.
It seems like a bit of a blackmail, doesn't it? It seems like if
Ukraine,
you want the one, you go to the other.
Is it? But it was on Republicans' request that it was put with the border bill.
I don't think so. I think there was Republican support, but it wasn't Republicans.
Now, let me get your honest opinion, Last Dance. Do you think the crisis at the border, which is as bad as I've ever seen it,
could get worse,
warranted taking this border bill on the simple fact of emergency status? Let's just take it, get it done.
No.
All right, you agree with rejecting it?
No, it was not a good bill. But
could you elaborate on that, Last Dance?
But the border aspect of it wasn't terrible.
No, it wasn't terrible, but there's no reason to have these limits of 5,000 a day. There's no reason to have, any number allowed. No one should get in unless we want them to come in. That's the rule.
Now that's what aggravates me. I think you're getting that mistuck. The 5,000 wasn't they're going to let 5,000 in every day. It was once the 5,000 cap's been reached, then they're going to send every fucker back, and it's going to be close to a month.
Obligated to let in.
That's right.
5,000 a day, but you are obligated to let in 5,000 a day, but just not more than that.
That's how it works.
That's basically if it reaches 5,000, they'll close it.
Then you stop. Then you stop.
But you want it to be what, Last Dance?
Nobody gets in. Nobody.
Oh, you want it close. You want it close forever. I get you.
Unless we want them in.
Yeah,
that's it. We decide who comes, not them.
The only way you're going to stop the flow, right, of illegal migration into your country is if you put a huge full stop at the end, because then it'll stop the flow. There's people currently that will spend 6 months traveling from one end of, say, Central America or even South America and making their way up. And just to give you a heads up, I watched a video on the Durin Gap, which is a rainforest in Panama, which they've got to go through. It's like 5 days if you're fit and about 2 weeks if you're not. And a lot of people die on it. It was horrendous. I highly recommend you watch it though. Bold and Bankrupt on YouTube when he went down the Darien Gap. It was fucking crazy.
Sounds interesting.
Honestly, well worth it. It's like 3 episodes. It's really, really. They were walking past dead people, basically. It was a bit like Everest. You know, leave the dead people out there. The guy with the green boots. You know, the guy with the green boots on Everest. It's a bit like that. They don't become famous. They're just on the side of the fucking track, dead. You know, and people just walk past them.
Well, yeah. I mean, my lady thinks the whole thing is basically governed by the hand of Mr. T. Trumpy.
Well, of course it is. Did you not see Johnson's fucking voice crack when they asked him the question, "Are you in charge or is Donald Trump?" And he goes, "No." What an asshole!
I don't care. I didn't like the bill.
Mike Johnson is a fucking absolute tool, and he's completely controlled by Donald Trump.
Goodness me, these are liberals talking.
Mikey Johnson, Mikey boy. He's fucking nerd alert, but I mean, I don't know.
An absolute tool.
Yeah, he seems like he's frankly, I don't know why they got rid of the last guy.
I mean,
what was his name? Dance?
McCarthy.
Wasn't bad, right?
Yeah, I didn't like him.
I'm
not sad he's gone.
Are you more happy with Johnson?
I am, although it's not great.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah,
I mean,
man, wow, you are you're red. You are red-faced.
Republicans have a majority, so why are they so scared to even debate a bill?
They don't have a majority in the Senate. They're a minority.
No. In the House, they have a majority. So why are they scared to bring a bill in to debate it even?
I can't believe you like this guy, Last Dance.
I know he's a cunt.
Now that I think of all the rights that he wants to take away from human beings.
Yeah, like freedom to choose your own fucking bodily functions as a woman.
Last Dance, my word. No, I don't really give a shit.
Made a backtrack, Steve.
Well, I really don't. I mean, that's the thing with being here at the pub. That's why.
I mean,
we roll the way we do.
I'm guessing pro-choice is left, right? Because I am definitely pro-choice.
Yeah, it is.
Generally, it's the left.
Yeah,
it's definitely left. But I am more of a libertarian or Tea Party. I don't want any fucking laws or interference at all. So by default, I'm in the same category as you. Yeah. Of course, because I want humans to decide for themselves, human beings.
Yeah, but you don't want harm. You don't want harm for humans either, do you? And you
of course not.
Yeah, it's an unborn human, isn't it?
But you also, when someone's got bodily autonomy, you don't want to be putting a law in that makes them not be able to choose what they want to do with their own body.
That's correct. Now, I actually would side with one of the conservatives on the Supreme Court, but he's actually the leader. The head dog his name is Roberts, John. he said that he thought 15 weeks was a fair compromise, and to make the law otherwise would be too much of a disruption to the society in general. And I thought that was a very intelligent thing that he said. Seemed like a reasonable amount of time. Not too long, not too short. People get to figure out that they're actually pregnant, yada, yada, yada. But he was in the minority on that decision.
What I mean, it is a very sensitive subject. I'm not going to deny the fact there, and there's when people make certain points, your opinion might move a little. But one thing I do remember being asked when spoken to big feminists or anyone proclaiming to be big feminists body autonomy is that they weren't when it came to like the jib jab, they weren't so equal with the body autonomy then. They were pretty much no, it's different, but it's not really, is it? But there you go.
I mean, my stance on the vaccine was it's your own choice. If you don't want to take it, then fuck you. You can die of COVID.
Yeah.
Now, but that what about healthcare workers?
What? But do you still believe the jab was an advantage to you?
Well, this is the thing.
In the early days, yes, I did.
Does that turn when you're talking about somebody who would be a first responder, cop, fireman, EMT, para?
Well, they were all forced. And
the vaccine was personal. It protected you and you only.
No. It was forced. It was forced on public workers.
I know it was, but that's not my.
If you didn't take
it, that's not my position, though. I believe in bodily autonomy.
That was the general position in the UK.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, but my position is body autonomy. You do what you want with your own body.
Well, let me ask you this.
Can I finish, please? Can I?
Sure. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
It is important because there was people there that didn't take the jab, and there was people there that were forced to take the jab, right? And for example, they could have got ill off it, for example. But either way, we don't really know, how good or bad it was really. But my point is, it wasn't a choice by the government or by the British as a standard. It was either you take it.
Oh, there was a choice.
Positions. No, it wasn't, because people left.
The choice was you take it or you lose your job.
Right. Okay. So that's not a choice because your mortgage is connected to that. That's not a choice.
Well, it's almost more like an ultimatum.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly what it is. So when you say choice, that's just like jumping back to 2021 and you're in politicians talking shit. It's a choice. That's not a fucking choice. Okay. You got kids. You got fucking everything else. You got your mortgage. You got your car payments. You got everything fucking going on.
I see what you're saying. It was virtue signaling, but you were literally using someone else's life as the example.
Yeah, and the worst thing about it all was there was no body autonomy there, was there?
No.
So
I agree.
My question is to you guys: do you think that the vaccine, prolonged people's lives and helped you be less sick if you got COVID?
In hindsight, or
yeah, let's go with hindsight because
with hindsight. No.
So it was a piece of fucking crap then, is what you're saying.
What I'm saying is I think the COVID ran its course and became less virulent as time went on, and the vaccine. No, that's what I'm saying is that the vaccine became less necessary as time went on.
Sure.
Everyone had natural immunity, whether they had.
No, I'm not. Even, I don't even. I don't believe that. But what I do believe is that the virus.
That's what solved it, mate. It was natural
what
immunity.
No. What I'm saying is the virus became less deadly.
I know. But when you've caught it once, you have natural immunity, so you have barriers.
Well, that's possibly true, but I never got it.
Slightly different.
I never had COVID, but the virus became less deadly as time came on.
I thought you caught it twice.
I thought I had it, but I never had it. I never had a positive test.
You said one thing to me previously.
I tested positive for it 3 times.
I never had a positive test.
Well, you gotta time the tests correct. Fucking tests suck. I mean, they're barely anything.
But I only had tests when I had my operation.
Surgery.
Yeah, I mean, I know guys who got sick as hell, and I'm like, well, did you have it? And they're like, I don't know. I didn't fucking test, bro. And I'm like, well, what the fuck did you have? I mean, it doesn't matter in the end. If you get better, what the hell does it matter? It's the flu, it's a severe cold, it's COVID. They seem to be all more or less in the same ballgame. I walk around, I'm like, I got the initial jab. I still had COVID 3 times that I know about from tests.
I had two vaccines, the first 2, and that's it.
I mean, I still got it, and one of the times for about 12 hours, I thought I was going to fucking faint. It was really strong. When I got COVID, actual COVID the first time, I thought I was going to just like fucking pass out. But then literally after... No, mine was like half a day, 12 hours. I just drank a shitload of water and just kept trying to flush my kidneys, throw a little cranberry juice in there, and as much water as a human being could consume.
Clean out your throat.
To backstage boxing? Abso-fucking-lutely.
So,
Biscuit wants to run with Fox and hunt with Towns. Yeah, all right. I like backstage. He's the man or woman. But thanks for being here, backstage. You're the best.
I'm just going to go for a quick whiz.
Go ahead. And Kerry White. Hang it strong, Kerry White. Flew went on holiday. Probably went over to, Mayorkas or some other awesome place, or I don't know. I'm just throwing out names here. We got Mr. Kill C1 in from a long week at work. Thanks for being here, buddy. I know I bump heads with you. I flip out sometimes on you, buddy. But you always come back. Mr. Kill C1, last dance?
Yes.
He's the man.
I love him.
And I will blow up on him again. I do that every week or 2.
Yeah, so do I. So what?
Right? I'll try.
You want him back, right? It's not like you don't want him back.
Yeah, when he comes back, sometimes he'll pop in on another random stream and he'll be like, "Hey,
random Goon shows up there." Yeah.
Random stream with Goon.
Yeah. So can I ask an early question for you two? Where if I could ask the question, that is,
yes.
Where would you be voting as you stand today if you had to vote tomorrow?
I would vote for the Libertarian candidate, almost certainly.
Well, I filled out my primary today for the Republican presidential candidate.
Okay. I'm surprised you keep on going on the Libertarian mark. I know you said it a few times now, last dance, but I'm sort of because I think the border is a huge thing that you mentioned.
Yeah.
The only result of the border would be Trump. He's basically said that as part. He's going to sort the border out.
Yeah.
And no libertarian's ever going to. And is it just because you cannot vote Trump, or because you can dislike someone but agree with him on?
It's a protest vote, I would call it.
I don't know. I mean, there's no candidate that's going to represent what I want on every issue. So that's just not possible.
I just can't see, like, obviously Biden representing you, but you would have another Democrat might have, but not Biden, not that office.
I doubt any Democrat could get my vote.
Yeah.
What about that one that had the stroke?
Fetterman?
Bingo.
It's hard to say. I mean, I'm always willing to listen to see.
What's happened with him? Did he just have a couple Red Bulls recently? He seems to have gained a few. He's gained a few brain cells. They've.
I don't know. It's stunning. It really is stunning. I don't know how that.
I'm going to be your candidate for this. Good night.
Right.
His little speech, he said good night instead of saying good evening.
I mean, he's an awkward guy, but he's gotten better.
He's got a bit based. He's got a bit based with immigration, isn't he? And he's been going against the public line for the Democrats, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, well, I mean, he should. The problem is pervasive, and all of these cities. It's hilarious. I don't know why the Republicans aren't playing off of the catastrophe that's happening in Boston and in all the surrounding communities where, like, Roxbury is the shithole fucking predominantly non-white neighborhood that has their massive recreation center that the city of Boston built there for so many tens of millions of dollars. Awesome basketball courts and swimming pools and all kinds of great stuff for these inner city kids, so they have a place to go, right? Awesome. Like, you would think, fucking let's help these kids out, right? They're most likely to join gangs, that sort of thing. It's full of migrants now, and now all the towns around Boston, Brookline, Newton, Wellesley, very rich town. Median income, $500K in most of these towns. You know, average house price, $1 million. And they're all like, no, we're not taking migrants. We don't have the room. We don't have the money. How does that look, right? Like, so you have the fucking poorest that are shouldering the burden because their kids are now sitting around the house. They don't get to go to their recreation center. And it's fucking horseshit, dude. They shouldn't be here in the first place. Why are we housing them? It's because a democratic ideal of, I guess, housing families and migrants is like something they have to do. I don't know.
It's been a virtuous again, isn't it?
It's horseshit, dude. Fucking horseshit.
The thing is, when you talk as well, Steve, and especially when what you say can resemble right across the pond, because I think you said it before about they're getting hotels, they're getting Medicaid, they're getting like loans and grants and like everything, right? And yet that's happening in the UK as well.
I don't know a lot about on that end, but I know, like, it took them so long to get this beautiful, big, awesome thing built in Roxbury for these people, and you know, it's something to be proud of. These kids don't have a choice where they're born. They're poor, but they get this awesome place to go hang out and shit during after school and all that, and the weekends, whatever.
Well, they get castles in the UK. They get 4-star hotels and
castles. The kids who are supposed to have it are American fucking citizens, dude. And the kids who have it now and the families who have it now, where are they? Who the fuck are they? Why did they get precedent over American citizens?
Yep, and that's what's happening in the UK. Like you said, like we get mobile dentists that go around the hotels. And they go around the fucking hotels. We can't get a fucking dentist appointment for fucking. I've got to go. I'm in the capital city in my country. And I've got to go 30 miles away to get my teeth done. 30 miles away. Now, that might sound not a long distance in America. That's long distance to get your teeth in. I'm pretty lucky I got that.
Yeah, I mean,
and they get mobile dentistries, doctors turn up. They get coaches, and taxis to go to the wherever they want to go, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
and like you said, we get like indigenous, British or Americans. They're on the streets. They're on their own. If they haven't got kids with them and they're a male, and they're on their own.
Yeah, I don't really understand that aspect of the left side of the Democratic Party. Of why do they feel? Last Dance, can you answer this? Why do they feel like they have to go out of their way to displace American citizens to house migrants, and that's okay, and that they all just accept it?
I see. Go on.
Yeah, I think they think that is shows compassion, and that's, that compassion is more important, I guess, than
common sense.
Keeping things for yourself.
Well, I mean, like, dude, don't you see it where you're at? Like, these poor families, single moms and shit, they need these places where these migrants are being housed, and like they're now put out by. I don't really understand why this is legitimate. Yet, like, Mayor Wu and Governor whatever her name is here in Massachusetts have teamed up and said it's okay. It's and then Governor Healy goes on and cries on TV about how distraught she is about displacing these citizens.
There's no obligation. These people aren't. They have no right to live here. They have no right to be here. You can just take them on a bus and drag their ass back across the border to Mexico.
That's where I agree with conservatives. Is that immigration is.
It's not the migrants' sort of fault again. It's the politicians allowing it. So, like, I'm not direct, but after I got the migrants, but it's the politicians. It's them that don't give a fuck. The politicians don't give a fuck about you.
That's correct. It's the politicians that are causing this. So Massachusetts is a sanctuary state or something, or I guess, and so that means in the same that's what happened with NYC. I don't really understand. Is one a sanctuary city, the other a sanctuary state? I don't know. But Eric Adams, after about a month of being his sanctuary city, was like waving them off. He was like, all good over here with the migrants. We're fucking all set. And then, like, that was like 6 months ago. Then they have migrants fucking beating up police officers. I mean, that are trying to arrest a guy. Yeah.
I'm going to get off before I pass out because I am so tired.
Well, great talking to you.
All right, buddy. Hey, come back.
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy.
I'm not shy. It's just I try and.
I enjoyed it tonight.
I thank you. I enjoyed it too, but I try and not stay up too often.
Yeah, right. We're walking the line.
Yeah.
Keep it going, brother. You're looking good.
Yes. Night, guys.
Peace. Just stop entitlements for non-citizens and the problem will fix itself. Yeah, okay, there you go. Simple enough. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a heartless bastard, but I want to take care of American citizens first. I don't think that's a big deal.
Yeah, okay, Last Dance. What percentage could you see yourself voting for Trump on like a single issue like that? If he came out and said, right, properly, I'm gonna halt all illegal migration and basically put a halt on any movement down the southern border unless it's legal, done completely correctly, and not just turning up at the door, literally changing laws and rules. So it needs to be done properly, like via a plane, for example. Could you see yourself maybe voting, on
No, I could never vote for Trump for president. I can't trust him to leave office at the end of his term. I mean, I could never vote for him again. That's the bottom line.
Okay.
Would you say, I could see it in your blank, eyes closed face there, Last Dance, that you were considering that's a decent thing to run on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I could see it in your face. You're saying if it wasn't Trump, that's a home run.
Yeah, so if it was DeSantis, because I remember I said DeSantis was going to be there 2-3 years ago. I was wrong about that.
DeSantis was too polarizing, I think.
He was such a zero,
Yeah, he seems to be very good at his job. Maybe but his personality wasn't there. He couldn't really do it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's destined to be a state guy. He could go for a few more, probably a term or two there, jump on with a big company as a CFO or a CEO, and retire. He's probably not destined for president. I don't.
But like you said, at state level for Florida, he's done everything right. He obviously caused controversy with his certain issues, which a lot of it tends to be around children's issues, doesn't it? The usual.
Yeah, I don't know if he ever actually banned a book or not.
Yeah, there were certain books that were banned because there were some books demonstrating acts of fellatio.
Yeah, but some of those, what if they're like classic books, good books?
Well, fellatio, like a cartoon of fellatio going.
Well, not a cartoon of it, but I mean.
Yeah, that's the sort of shit he got rid of.
I've seen some of the books listed, and some of them were like a Toni Morrison book, who's a great writer.
Yeah.
But of course, she's going to cover some subject matter that's, like you have to allow kids to understand things, but yeah, I don't want cartoons of not sexual acts. There's going to be, but you can't also ban just writing. You know what I mean?
Well, like you said, you say that, but then you have guidelines on films and movies, don't you? Would you allow your 7-year-olds to view an 18+ movie?
No, 7. No, 7's out of the question. I'm talking teenagers, 13, 15, 17.
Currently in the UK, they're teaching teenagers about blowjobs at 7.
About what?
Blowjobs at 7.
Oh, jeez, that's 7 years old. That's
and there's no opt out in the UK anymore.
Well,
Wales lost the case.
I feel like when I was a kid, we could navigate our ways around the libraries and find the books we wanted to figure things out.
Yeah.
Right? Like books about biology that would have sketches and drawings and shit. And
yeah, okay, pretty basic.
But none of that.
These days now, it's just, it's Bill and Ben talking about Trap 2 and fellatio and stuff. And it's all pushed and promoted.
Those we found from my brother's porno mags.
As you say, there were those you got from family members.
There was stuff behind the insulation, behind the drywall or whatever.
Exactly.
The attic, the normal places.
But I mean, it's funny. You knew who in the neighborhood, for example, subscribed to, let's say, Playboy or Penthouse, and you got to know when they would throw those away. And you seriously would go in the garbage, and it was just funny.
That's hilarious.
Kids had, there was a way to do
innocent days. They were innocent.
They were innocent.
Now the teachers, actually place strategically these sort of these books of literature and degenerate behavior all in full view, like promoting it.
But
It's
because
not
it was
anymore, is it?
There was a certain mystique involved that because you sort of had to work to find the adult secrets.
It's so hard to get you.
I gotta take a leak. Should we keep this going, guys?
I'm exhausted. I really am.
Very good one.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and I guess we'll go ahead and call it over now.
Yeah, I'm going to say good night and thank you.
Nice one, mate.
Take care,
All right,
everyone.
Cheers, man. Thanks for the chat.
All right, later, dudes. It's been a pleasure. All right, everybody. Thank you for being here. And I really wish you guys the best. A wife, thank you. You're here right till the end. Thanks, babe. Love you. Mr. Kelsey1, Ashley, thank you. Johnny Grammaticus. Carrie White, thanks for being here. You're the best. Last Dance, I see you back in the chat there. Of course, Based Welshman, Biscuit Vapes, everybody, you've been great. Aphid Lip, you're the man. Really appreciate you being here early, buddy. Riddle was here. And everybody else. You're all just awesome. This pub wouldn't be much if it was just me. I really do appreciate interacting with everybody. Thank you so much, wife, family, everybody. You're the bomb. Peace. Be well. Stay positive. Love yous.